Well, I created this stream in case people wanted to talk. I don't want to just summarize the news. People are killing each other. What can I tell you? Human beings are being human beings. And some of them are more righteous and holy and good than others. And God help us all. As I wrote extensively on Twitter, I care a lot more about the little kids. There are approximately 1 million children under 14 who live in the Gaza Strip. That's 1 million children under 14. And I believe every single parent who raises a child in the Gaza Strip is seriously deficient as a parent. And every child who lives in the Gaza Strip deserves a better parent than they have. That's where my thoughts are. Of course, unlike most people who speak English, I was a child in a bomb shelter during a war. So my perspective is a bit different. Hey, Zach. Good to see you. Wall Street Journal article regime propaganda or some truth. Which article are you talking about? Feels like the principalities and powers want to spin out of control. Oh, you mean about Iran funding and coordinating this? I could believe it. I could definitely believe it, especially when you see what Khamenei tweeted out today. Khamenei is trying to provoke a war. Um, well, okay. Khamenei. Well, first of all, has anybody seen Khamenei in a while? Because I'll tell you a few things about Khamenei. First, I had never seen Khamenei um, I had never seen him so obviously scared as when he went and spoke at the Tehran mosque after, what was his name? Rahmani? Um, after that general, that Persian general, Abdul Qasem Rahmani, I think it was Trump assassinated him. Listening to that speech in Farsi, Soleimani, you're right. Sorry. Listening to that speech in Farsi, I have to say, one of my greatest sins and worst indulgences is Schadenfreude. Couldn't have happened to a better person. He was literally begging for his life. He really was. Obviously, he doesn't have the same fears of Biden. Second thing about Khamenei. When Khomeini died, what year was that? 90 something? What year did Khomeini die? Khomeini died in 1989. When Khomeini died, the actual rulers of Iran, which is the Republican Guard, could not find a genuine Ayatollah, a genuine Shiite Ayatollah, who agreed with Khomeini's concept of Velayat al-Faqih, basically theocracy, or theonomy, whatever you want to call it. And so when, and to this day, they can't find a genuine Ayatollah who supports Velayat al-Faqih. It's a huge problem. Even Rafsanjani, who had been president of Iran, did not have the same views, and frankly was probably too independent as a thinker to be allowed to become the supreme leader after Khomeini. And so the Revolutionary Guard decided to turn Khamenei into an Ayatollah. He's still a fake Ayatollah. You don't. That's not how it works. All right. And now, as Khamenei, is getting older, they have nobody to replace him. The best candidate they have is his son, who is also not a genuine Ayatollah. And by all rights, is Ayatollah Sistani still alive? I haven't been keeping up. Ayatollah Sistani, until if he's still going, until as far as I know, the most recent leader of the Hausa in Najaf in Iraq is the most senior. Yes, it is, Rabbi. Yeah, a lot of the From world is just coming online. Yeah. Let me put it this way, Rabbi, you don't want to see the videos I've seen. Hashem Yirachem, and I've heard there are videos that are much worse. Hamas has apparently taken a page out of the ISIS Al Qaeda book and decided to make extravagant videos of their war crimes because they're proud of themselves. In any case, back to Khamenei. So his son is also, so by all rights, the leader of the Hausa in Najaf, being the leading Ayatollah in Shia Islam, and 12er Shia Islam is very hierarchical. By rights, he should get to be the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, if he wants to. The Republican Guard has a problem. They can't get a genuine Ayatollah who agrees with this concept of Velayat al-Faqih. And as Khamenei gets older, this is becoming more and more of a problem with Iran. And honestly, I mean, if you actually pay attention to what happened during the Trump administration in the Middle East, I'm no fan of Donald Trump. He actually deserves the. Hey, Andre.
Hey.
How you doing?
Good.
Sorry, I'm pontificating on the Middle East situation.
That's why I joined. Go ahead.
So, honestly, Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. And probably, hey, Chad, probably, I mean, Jared Kushner was a huge part of it. Trump's concept of, like, he understands bargaining and bluster and threats and how to actually threaten people better than most Western politicians, I think, ever could. And so the Abraham Accords have been nothing short of completely amazing. And so Saudi Arabia is gaining on Iran in terms of power. Iran is increasingly being weakened. And so, I mean, first of all, I have no idea what Iran is going to do when Khamenei dies. How old is Khamenei? Khamenei. He is. He's 84 years old. What they're going to do after he passes away is anybody's guess. And so this was a desperation move. This was a desperation move by Hamas. They're seeing the Abraham Accords working out. They're seeing Israel and Saudi Arabia moving closer together. They've lost their support as far as Egypt goes, as far as Libya goes, as far as Iraq goes, as far as Pakistan, Afghanistan. Ukraine has been a serious bloody nose to Putin. We haven't been hearing much out of North Korea. I mean, the fact is, all of this is an indication of the world actually being in a much better place than I think it really. Well, I mean, desperate people turn to this desperate moves, and this was a desperate move. And so, yeah, don't know. I mean, frankly, what I hope is, I think if Israel were to carry this out with due precision and with underwhelming force, so that even the crazy leftists will be left with. I mean, I don't know if you saw Rashida Tlaib's. It took her a day to come out with a statement. Ilhan Omar's statement was, I mean, it was as good as you could possibly expect from her. Rashida Tlaib's statement, I don't understand how that woman still has support in the Democratic Party. There's been so Konstantin Kisin on Twitter has been talking about how X, as opposed to Twitter or Twitter 2.0, has completely changed the game, and it really has. So Glenn Greenwald, all he's said is he has here. Why don't I pull this up? So I didn't listen to the second video that he posted, but the first video you would think is you would think is like supporting the Palestinians, but actually when you listen to it, it's like obvious that like Fareed Zakaria is just ridiculously ridiculous. So here, let's listen to this.
According to reporting by Al Jazeera, the leader of Hamas has said the group is on the verge of a great victory after its incursion into Israeli territory. Political leader, what is your reaction to what you've
Okay,
seen
so
so
this
far?
guy is formerly with the Palestinian Authority, and whatever. I think he's trying to be the new leader of Palestinians, and so he's supposedly something new. Whatever.
Well, first of all, I am not part of the Palestinian Authority. As a matter of fact, I represent a democratic Palestinian movement called Palestinian National Initiative, which is non-Fatah and non-Hamas. And of course, I am not affiliated with Hamas. But I think this situation that has evolved is a direct result of the continuation of the longest occupation in modern history. Israeli occupation of Palestinian land since 1967. This is 56 years of occupation that has transformed into a system of apartheid, a much worse apartheid than what prevailed in South Africa.
A much worse apartheid. Idiotic.
Yes, maybe Hamas did not recognize Israel, but the PLO
Maybe Hamas didn't recognize.
did, and the Palestinian Authority did. What did they get?
They got a lot. And if you don't realize the difference between Hamas and the West Bank, you're an idiot.
Nothing. Since 2014, the Israeli governments would not even meet Palestinians. And what you see today is a reaction to several things. First of all, settlers' terrorist attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank that evicted already 20 communities in an act of ethnic cleansing. 248 Palestinians who were killed by the Israeli army and settlers in the West Bank, including 40 children. Attacks on the holy sites, the Muslim and Christian holy sites by Israeli extremists, as well as declaration of Netanyahu that he will liquidate the Palestinian rights and the Palestinian cause by normalization with Arab countries. And he dared even to go to the United Nations and carried in the United Nations a map of Israel, which included the whole of the West Bank, all of Gaza, all of Jerusalem, as well as the Golan Heights. He declared the annexation of the occupied territories. So, of course, Palestinians turn to resistance because they see that this is the only way for them to get their rights. The question here is not about dehumanizing Palestinians as is happening and calling them terrorists. It's about asking the question, why the United States supports Ukraine in fighting what they call occupation, while here they are supporting the occupier who continues to occupy us.
But let me ask you, if that is the analogy you wish to draw, what Hamas is doing is they're targeting Israeli civilians, women, children, grandmothers.
No, they are not.
No, they're not. I mean, he's just flatly gaslighting. And anybody who's actually paying attention, like, you've seen the pictures, you've seen the videos, right? And so I really don't know what Glenn Greenwald is doing, like, as opposed to broadcasting anything. He's broadcasting this guy obviously just flat out lying and telling you not to believe your eyes. And, like, I mean, if it without the rest of Twitter, like, if you get your news from CNN, I mean, he says it didn't happen. right? But like, what exactly? Like, okay, for Fareed Zakaria just lets him continue.
Is that not a classic terror? Isn't that classic terrorism? They're not fighting the Israeli government. They're fighting ordinary people.
That's one way of putting it, but it's not true.
It's
I
not
think
true.
Hamas mainly attacked military establishments, military installations. And
Like the video that Khamenei's Twitter account put out of like just gunning down people at a music festival, not true. Not true. Not true. Like, and without, like, if you're just getting your, and I have to wonder if Glenn Greenwald's whole point isn't that well, this is the only statements he's made. He has this video, and I didn't actually watch the second video, but I can't imagine that Christian Amanpour is any less bad than Fareed Zakaria. And so he's just reposting what they said. Like, this is the only thing he posted. And it's right below, right, where he's talking about what a liar CNN is. And like, it's almost comical. Here, I haven't actually watched this.
So let's bring in Hussam Zomlot now. He's head of the Palestinian mission to the UK. Welcome to the program. First and foremost, do you condemn what Hamas did inside Israel to Israeli civilians? There are dead and there are hostages.
First and foremost, the Western media must really abandon this framework that
No answer.
has gotten us to where we are today.
Okay, but I just want to know, do you support the killing of civilians?
Of course not. Of course not.
So do you condemn that?
The loss of civilian life is tragic in all sides. And what is happening is extremely worrying and very tragic. And as we speak, the loss of lives, you've counted 70 Israeli deaths. There's more than 200 Palestinian deaths so far, more than 1,600.
The Israeli death is over 700. The number of dead in Israel right now, the last numbers I saw is over 700.
Entire residential compounds are being wiped out. This is a war crime committed by Israel. What is more tragic, or equally tragic, is the blindness and the deafness of the world and the international community for so many years, of the warnings we have been saying that this was coming. Israel knew that this was coming.
Israel knew it was coming. Yeah. So, like, he's like, I don't think this is going across the way that the Palestinians like think it's coming across. I think you can just let them hang themselves with their own words. I think that. And I think that's Glenn Greenwald's. I mean, for people on the left, Glenn Greenwald's actually been pretty reasonable. And the fact is, ever since he's had children, he's become more reasonable. Like, with kids, like, yeah, it's been something very, very different. Yeah. So that's that. Andre, did you have any commentary?
So I'm just reading through the news sites here. It's saying that Iran apparently helped out in the Hamas attack from an Australian observer or reporter or something.
Yeah, that's what Zach was asking about. Is this possible or true? I could certainly believe it. I mean, I don't know how they got confirmation, although I have to say I'm not sure Iran would even deny it. I mean, here, I'll pull up Khamenei's post. I mean, this is on his account. This is the official account of Supreme Leader. And here is his post. God willing, the cancer of the usurper Zionist regime will be eradicated at the hands of the Palestinian people and the resistance forces throughout the region. Al-Aqsa Storm. These were, this is a video of people who were at an outdoor rave music festival, supposedly for peace, near the border. And I won't turn the sound on. People are being gunned down.
Jesus. Yeah, I heard something about a music festival. I haven't looked into it so far because there's just so much stuff that's come in. I was talking to a friend on another Discord, and they were saying that if Iran and or Lebanon are involved with Palestine, then it could potentially be a World War III type situation coming up. And I don't know too much about the history, but it feels like an escalation is going to definitely happen.
I mean, I don't know. The fact is, this is passive peace hippies getting gunned down. One, yeah. I mean, frankly, yeah. It's I mean, frankly, I think. Yeah, horrible. They came in on paragliders. Video of the rave shows them flying in prior to their attack. Look, I think that is Iran's only hope is for a regional conflagration, because they were losing slowly, and they were tired of losing. And the same is true of the Palestinians. They are slowly losing. And that's why Hamas, I believe, did this, was they have to do something, because doing nothing was just inevitable failure.
No.
And the same goes for Hezbollah. The same goes for Assad in Syria. The same goes for the regime in Iran. They're dead men walking, and it's kind of like they're losing the chess game. So they decided to kick the board over.
So this all happened. From reports I read, it was 4 a.m. Sunday Australian time. I think things kicked off. Do you know what that is, Israeli time?
So from what I was aware of, they timed it. So Jewish high holidays in Israel, the high holiday falls only on the Sabbath. Outside of Israel, it falls on 2 days. It was Saturday, so it starts Friday night, and it ended about an hour ago here. So on Sunday evening, and they apparently deliberately timed it with the high holidays on the Sabbath, so they waited until dark, so that it would be the Sabbath and the high holiday of Shmini Atzeret, Simchat Torah, and that's when they attacked. And so it was early in the morning, Israeli time, that people started hearing about it. Yeah, what really bothers me is the level of immaturity with people talking about this. Elon's platitudes on love and hate. I have no hate for his platitudes on love and hate. Ben Shapiro responded with their Oave Hashem Sinu Ra. Those who love God hate evil. And I think, I think William actually has it more right. Speak softly and carry a big stick. Munich, repeat. I mean, boomer takes. I like the boomers. Soft targets. It does not get worse. Yeah, there's one video of them kidnapping old grandmother, and the Palestinian side is talking about arresting people, as opposed to kidnapping and taking hostages. They're calling it arresting, and it's like, what are you doing arresting a grandmother, supposedly? Like, it's just this little old lady. And then don't even start with the parading the what you call it. Hi, Jacob. My sister lives in Mavaseret Zion. She and her family were evacuated early with her children. I'm glad they were evacuated. Hostafarian priest. You're not Teddy, are you? I've been wondering what happened to Teddy. Teddy is a member of this little corner who was active for a while and hasn't been active recently. And I haven't heard from him. Okay, you're not Teddy. Chazi and Shlif Gilad both checked in on my Discord server. I am not aware that anybody has heard from Nechama or Teddy in this little corner. And those are all the people that I know are this little corner and live in Israel. Although obviously I have lots of family there. Ben has lots of family there. Yosef has lots of family there. And obviously Chazi and Gilad, and so yeah. So
an odd question, because it was on Shabbat. Someone on one of the Discords I was on was asking about like the IDF soldiers and everything, and because it's on Shabbat, is there some sort of like ratification in like the Talmud or whatever it would be about firing weapons on Shabbat?
Yeah, so the Talmud actually talks. The Mishnah itself talks about whether or not you're allowed to carry a sword on the Sabbath if you live in a place where it's dangerous, if at a time of war. And clear answer is yes. We believe that preservation of human life overwhelms any prohibitions on the Sabbath. Obviously, to the point, to the degree where it is possible to avoid Sabbath desecration, you do. But on Yom Kippur, when the Yom Kippur War happened, that is why they decided to attack on Yom Kippur. And frankly, this is. People were saying because the English date is close to the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, they were trying to kind of do a similar thing. But yeah, the Yom Kippur War. I mean, my great uncle. I remember when I was in Jerusalem. He told me about it. We went to synagogue, and he told me he was in that synagogue when the sirens blasted for the Yom Kippur War, and he went and he got his gun and he went off to war.
So, as someone is like not scholarly on this, what was the Yom Kippur War?
Oh, so the Yom Kippur War, what year was that? 60 something?
Because that was another
1973.
1973, and was that an invasion or was that
Yeah.
so a Palestinian invasion?
No, it was an invasion from Egypt, Jordan, and Syria.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so the Yom Kippur War, also known as the Ramadan War, the October War, the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, and the Fourth Arab-Israeli War, was an armed conflict fought from October 6th. So, like, it was, yeah, basically the exact 50th anniversary on the English date. 1973, between Israel and a coalition of Arab states led by Egypt and Syria. The majority of combat between the two sides took place in the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights, both of which were occupied by Israel in 1967, with some fighting in African Egypt and northern Israel. Egypt's initial objective in the war was to seize a foothold on the eastern bank of the Suez Canal and subsequently leverage these gains to negotiate the return of the rest of the Israeli-occupied Sinai Peninsula. The war began on October 6, 1973, when the Arab coalition jointly launched a surprise attack against Israel on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur, which is the highest holiday in the Jewish calendar, which had occurred during the 10th of the Islamic holy month of Ramadan in that year. Following the outbreak of hostilities, both the United States and the Soviet Union initiated massive resupply efforts for their respective allies during the war, which led to a confrontation between the two nuclear-armed superpowers. The result was an Israeli victory, which many people thought was miraculous. Egyptian forces occupied the eastern bank of the Suez Canal, with the exception of the Israeli crossing point near the Dever Sor air base. Israeli forces occupy 620 square miles of the territory on the southwest coast of the Suez Canal. Yeah, I mean, it ended up being a Cuba had 500 to 1,000 troops. I did not know Cuba was a belligerent in this war, but apparently it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the total casualties on the Arab side were 8,000 to 18,500 dead, 18,000 to 35,000 wounded, 8,783 captured, 2,250 to 2,300 tanks destroyed, 341 to 514 aircraft destroyed, 19 naval vessels sunk. That was on the Arab side. On the Israeli side, it was much, much less. Yeah. So, yeah.
So there could there be some sort of significance of doing it on the 50th anniversary?
Yeah. Oh no. I think they definitely. I mean, one of the things everyone has been saying is that this is a incredibly dumb failure of Israeli intelligence.
Yeah.
Israel should have expected this should have been able to detect this type of mobilization, should never have allowed this type of infiltration that happened to have happened. Frankly, I think Ben Gvir should resign, but I thought he should have resigned before he even started. So
Is that the leader of Israel currently?
no, Bibi Netanyahu is the
Oh, yeah,
prime
Benjamin.
minister.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben Gvir is the Minister of National Security, and
Right.
he is an extreme person that is quite unpopular with the members of the Jewish community in this little corner. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, because I mean, other than the sort of guerrilla actions of like what was it, like the paratroopers and like rushing forward through the border, I heard that the biggest thing was sort of like just firing off so many rockets in a short amount of time that it penetrated the Iron Dome.
Firing off lots of rockets, okay, fine, that's nice and great. But that's like when they're going to decide to send off rockets. That's not. I don't think that's a great intelligence failure. There was a naval, aerial, and land assault, which included assault on military targets, which, okay, but I mean, they must have known about the music festival, the fact that if I were going to be a horrible conspiracy theorist, I would say something like Itamar Ben Gvir was plenty happy to let a bunch of irreligious left-wing people be murdered and captured, and in order to get the type of horrible reaction that a justification to have to do what he wants with Hamas.
No.
I mean, if frankly, I don't think Ben Gvir has that much capacity to affect what the Israeli deep state does. Mossad, etc. Yeah, I mean, look, if you wanted to be a conspiracy theorist, the idea that the Israelis did know and were willing to let the people who got murdered and taken hostage be murdered and taken hostage so that they could inflict a real blow. Like, that's the type of thinking I think conspiracy theorists would do. I will tell you that it is actually a pretty dumb way of characterizing the situation. First of all, because in a democratic state like Israel, with the fragile coalition that exists, like, it's not like Itamar Ben Gvir even as like, I wouldn't put it past him. But that's part of the reason why I wanted him never to have gotten the position to begin with. But he had no capacity to make this happen because, yeah, Mossad, this had to be, like, I can't imagine somebody in Israeli intelligence, and Israel has a lot of intelligence, being aware of this, running it up the chain of command, and people throughout the chain of command being willing to okay turning a deaf ear or a blind eye to this happening. These are the exact type of conspiracies that people have about 9/11. Like, in order to believe these things, you have to have not actually ever worked in government. Because if you ever work within a government department and see how it functions, you see that it's way, way too dumb to be this conniving. Pastafarian says, I have been reading all sorts of rationales on Frum news sites about divine retribution for this or that Avera. Yeah, that happens a lot. I don't buy into that anymore, despite my own yeshiva background. What say you? Pastafarian priest, I would actually be interested to, like, you're more than welcome to jump on and we can talk. Here, let me put the link in the chat again. Look, mipnei chatatenu galinu me'artzenu. It is a tenet of Jewish faith that anytime bad things happen, we first search our own sins, and we try to repent and rectify things for ourselves and what we can do. At the same time, people who misunderstand that to make a direct correlation as if they know God's, as if they know, oh, that's sin. That's the sin that did it, right? Especially idiots like Yosef Mizrahi and Yaron Reuven. Like, those types of people, like, just shut up. Just really shut up. The Rebbe was not a fan of such ways of thinking. Pastafarian turned me onto your channel. Why, thank you, Pastafarian. I went with my late wife to Israel in 1999 on a Catholic pilgrimage tour, just before the Second Intifada. That's when I was in Israel. Israel is a very tiny pocket of sanity in the Mideast. This is true. Never underestimated competence and irrationality. This is also true. Yeah. I am going to get a drink. I will be back.
All right, I'll just read out any comments if anyone else comes on. Yes, Nathaniel, it is all me now. Unfortunately, like I'm not the best scholar of Israeli-Palestinian relationships, so I can only sort of mirror back what Jacob has to say on it. I do know that apparently our Prime Minister, which I say our Australian Prime Minister, was chastised because he didn't reply within 2 hours of the event happening.
What did your prime minister not do?
So the events happened, I think, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Australian time, and our Prime Minister tweeted at 6 a.m. And apparently that was a big disgrace because he didn't reply as soon as he could have.
Okay.
And I think that's quite like reasonable to like not expect the Prime Minister to be up at like 2, 3 a.m. and be on Twitter and be like, "Oh, I've got to make a reply now." And like with our time zone, it's entirely sort of reasonable to sort of wait for the Prime Minister to get up and be like, "Oh shit, better say something."
Yeah, like that's just silly. Israel has its own Aboriginal Intifada, does it?
I don't know what intifada means. Maybe.
Oh,
means
Intifada is
Oh,
uprising.
Okay, so we've got a constitutional referendum type thing at the moment, like called the Yes Vote, and it's something to do with like giving Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders and like native land title owners like a spot in the constitution. Something similar to that, like an official recollection. And from the polling data, it looks like the no votes are like 49% at the moment, and yes is at 42%. Although I saw that from Sky News, which is a conservative channel, so I don't know how much I could really trust that. But from the feeling of it, it seems to me like it was when we had the referendum on whether we should be a republic, where the feeling was like, oh yeah, like why are we attached to the Queen? Like we're Commonwealth, like we can be a sovereign state. We don't need a monarchy at the top. Let's just get rid of them. And then the vote was something like 60% voted no, let's stay in, and 40% being like yes, like we want to be a republic. So the feeling I get is just sort of like a lot of people saying like, oh, of course, yes. But I also live in Melbourne, which is very progressive. So like there were tens of thousands of people going through the streets at one point, apparently, as like a protest / support thing. But even still feeling like the, you know, the layout of Australia, you have like the where I live at the very bottom, which is like progressive. Then New South Wales has been conservative government for a few years, and currently it's progressive. But up the top in Queensland and Northern Territory and such, you get controlled by the National Party because they're all about the farmers and stuff like that. And they always form a coalition with the Conservatives, which are called the Liberal Party, which is kind of confusing. And because that's a big chunk of the country, what you're going to see is that there's going to be a lot of people entrenched in their ways and going like, oh no, like this is pish posh. And also the media here, 75% or something is controlled by Rupert Murdoch's media empire.
Interesting. Okay. He's actually conservative.
Yes. So he mainly runs the Australian, which is a broadsheet newspaper. And what a lot of journalists say here is that if you want to find out what's going to be in the news tomorrow, read the Australian Today, because the journalists sort of take their cue points from like what we should talk about from the Australian newspaper, and there's just so many outlets that are. It's one of the reasons why Australians have had conservative governments in places like New South Wales and also the federal elections, is because of the control of the media to a conservative angle for such a long time. So I think that that sort of swing is going to. There's a bunch of undecided people who are like, they're sort of for the vote, but they don't know like exactly what it's doing or like why it's so important or anything like that. So they're sort of going like, oh no, I don't want to sort of be pushed to say yes if I don't know what I'm voting for. And also there's some scaremongering by like Sky News and stuff like that, saying, oh well, if we first get the Aboriginals to have this yes vote, then that's what's next. Are we going to like give them a $40 billion funding package for blah blah blah? And it's a bit of muckraking and spin. So it's the vote, I think, is supposed to be in a week or so. I don't know when the results are supposed to come out, but
I'm surprised the vote for getting rid of the Commonwealth was even 40% yes. I mean, yeah.
I can see what the results are. Let's see.
So Don, I don't read Tablet Magazine for obvious reasons. I don't know who Liel Leibovitz is, and I mean, betrayal of Israel by the U.S. with the Iran deal. Yeah.
So it says that 45% of people voted for us becoming a republic, and 54% said no.
Wow, that is much closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it was, and this is in 1999 as well. So it's not as if we were in a super progressive time, like comparatively.
Yeah, I wonder if that votes were taken today with Charles, because Queen Elizabeth was a lot more
liked.
Yeah, than Charles III. Yeah.
Yeah, I think with the death of the Queen and the changeover and everything, there has been sort of a question of like the role of the head of state and the importance. I've especially had a lot of Americans say to me like, "Oh, aren't you upset that the Queen died? Like your Queen?" I'm like, "Yeah, technically that she was our Queen, but not really. It was like in name only."
Mm.
It's it's like if in the US the Speaker of the House died, and went to Americans went, aren't you upset the Speaker of the House died and your Speaker, like you're.
Well,
yeah.
See, the thing is, the Queen as a figurehead, like, because she was supposed to be neutral, right? It was supposed to be less of a. Yeah, we have lots of Aussies right now because this is the perfect time for Aussies to be on. Apparently, what time is it?
It's about 3 p.m.
Yeah, 3 p.m. on a Monday.
Yep.
Yeah. No Israel supporter should trust Tucker Carlson. When the embassy opened in Jerusalem back in 2018, that very night he went on air and said, "When are we going to do something that benefits us?" Frankly, okay, you must not watch my channel much because despite the fact that Chazi is very, very involved in this channel, and he is, God have mercy on our souls, a very rabid, I would say, Zionist. And Yosef is he's not a rabid Zionist, but he's pretty much normal as far as Zionism goes in the Jewish community, Orthodox Jewish community. I come from a Satmar background, so yeah, so I am not a fan of the Israeli state. Let me put it that way. I have lots of family in Israel. I wish everyone who lives in Israel, just as everyone all around the world, peace and happiness and goodness. And especially because they are my co-religionists and family and my tribe of a sort. I wish them well. But in my estimation, New York is every bit as a Jewish state as Israel is, if not more so.
If you have a look at the private chat and you open up the image I just sent, that's from the referendum. And I can just point out the demographics.
Wow.
So if you see, where's mine?
Here, I'll put it on so people can see.
Perfect. So you can see how there's that very dark red.
Yeah.
So that's essentially people who want to stay under the Queen to make it easier.
Wow.
So to the middle left, which is Greater Melbourne, you can see that it's very dark blue and blue. And that was for a no vote, like that we want to become a republic. As well as right next to it, Australian Capital Territory was all blue.
Yeah.
And then the very right at the bottom, you've got Greater Sydney and Wollongong. Now the top right is sort of the rich areas right next to the beach, and then the left, the areas to the left, is sort of like what you call Bogan territory, and it's sort of like it's the underprivileged, sort of poverty-stricken housing commission suburbs.
Interesting.
And traditionally conservative voters as well.
So so I see down in that territory there are a few there are those two counties, it seems those are counties, I guess, which have a darker red in them, close to Sydney, like not that, like in the same province as Sydney, I guess it is.
Yeah, those would just be suburbs.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sydney is like the largest city in New South Wales.
Okay.
So that you can see New South Wales is like it's sort of like how can I locate it on the map? If you scroll to the right a bit and down, there's a little white patch which isn't filled in.
Yeah.
That's around where Sydney is in New South Wales.
Okay, so this 64 here and 107. So 107 is Mali, and 64 is Gwydir. How do you say that?
Gwydir.
Gwydir. Okay. Yeah. So those are suburbs?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think that I can't tell exactly because I haven't zoomed in 100%, but you can see that all the areas of concentration of the blue are mainly sort of more rich and sort of progressive parts of Australia.
86, 87, and 88. So that would be Grindler, Sydney, and Wentworth.
Yeah, so they're all quite well-to-do suburbs.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
And
So,
from reading the list, like 45 Brisbane's the capital city, more progressive. They vote yes. And other areas like it's not letting me zoom in on mine for some reason. But at the Australian Capital Territory, for instance, is the technical capital of Australia. It's like Washington DC, and it's basically just full of parliamentarians, and it's where Parliament House is and everything like that. They vote for becoming a republic because it means more sovereignty, and even though the role of the Queen is somewhat symbolic, she's still the head of state, and it still sort of links us to the UK. So, I mean, we are allied with the UK, and there's like no animosity, and there's no sort of like being told to do like what we don't want to do, but there is still sort of that linkage there of being stuck between it.
This is so interesting. I know so little about Australia.
And so I don't know if another referendum is going to happen. Again, this is in 1999, so this is what 24 years ago. But there's always been a sort of floating of the Republican referendum debate, whether we should have another one or not. And polling data, from what I can remember, it's always stuck sort of between that 50-50 because there are people who are staunch Republicans, not in the sense like the US sense, but in terms of like a republic. But then there are those who want to stay under the monarchy for whatever reason, because I think it's a more sort of stronger symbolic and governmental tie. In that, like, if someone comes and messes with us, then they have to report to the UK, and the UK has got nuclear subs, and Australia's just got a barely operating military force, to say the least. Well, not so much that. It's just that because of the distance, like no one really has the impetus to come out and invade us because it's such a long trip, and like there's such a big border, and then there's sort of no military advantage to taking over the country. It would be viewed as an act of war and aggression rather than any sort of like resource gain. I think the biggest things we've got are things like mining, and that's already sort of taken up by from memory. When John Howard was in office in the 90s, he signed over this treaty where we were supposed to have at least 90% of our profits from our mining be available to the country, and he signed it so that China had a trade agreement, and now we could only access something to like 10 to 15% of the profits from everything in total. So even our sort of raw resources that we have access to, we can't really sort of exploit. Let's say.
I mean, I was just looking at Australia's per capita GDP, and it's pretty high. I mean, it's it's number 20 in the world, higher than Saudi Arabia, Finland, Canada, France, the European Union, South Korea, the United Kingdom, Israel. So, like, yeah, you guys are doing pretty well.
Well, I didn't know that. It was interesting because this came up the other day. As either a Canadian or American was trying to boast to me that like Australia sucked and blah blah blah, and I said, well, you know, in the OECD, country livability index, Australia is scored higher than America, and they said, "Oh, bullshit! Like that can't be true." And I looked it up, and we're at number 3 or 4 or something like that, and America's something like 15. Let me see if I can pull up the stats again. OECD most livable countries. Yeah, Australia is number 2. Norway being number 1. And where's the US? The US is number 10. I'll put that in the chat. So it ranks with housing, income, jobs, community, education, environment, civic engagement, health, life satisfaction, safety, and work-life balance.
Yeah, and I actually just looked up your Gini index, and it's pretty good. It's better than the United States' Gini index. That's a coefficient of wealth inequality. I mean, Australia's economy seems pretty strong to me.
Yeah, it seems quite balanced from what I know, because we have like the mining boom, and like it's been quite steady, and then I think a lot of our income comes from tourism, and that's sort of not going to go away because of the distance away from other countries and like the uniqueness of what we have.
Well, your civic engagement, I have to say, it's partially because you guys have a mandatory vote, which I can't see it happening in the United States, but I would love to see it happen in the United States.
That is something that's always confused me about the US, is that like dying for the right to vote, and like that like the founding fathers founded this country for freedom, and you founded on positive freedoms rather than the European system of negative freedoms. Yet it's not mandatory. Like you can decide just to be like, oh, I don't want to vote. I mean, perhaps that shows even more freedom, that you've got the freedom to like not exercise your freedom.
Well, I mean, yeah, you have the freedom not to. Yeah. Why are Australians so well balanced? Because they have a chip on each shoulder. John Cleese. Okay. I'm not sure I've experienced Australians having a chip on their shoulder, but if you say so. Yes, we are talking about Australia because Andre is Australian. If anybody else wants to jump on, there's a bunch of people watching.
So it's showing the US is quite similar in terms of health compared to Australia, but a little bit less than Australia. Would you say that the disparity between the US and Australia is because of insurance set up in the US healthcare system? So that's always been my view.
I think the difference is quite clearly the percentage of immigrants we have and the ethnic diversity, and our health system is far more strained than yours is. Simply having ethnic diversity the way we have it is strains the medical system, because different people, like what a lot of people don't like talking about is healthcare concerns are very different if you're African American or you're European American or you're Latin American, right? Or you're East Asian, right? So
Yeah.
you have different genetics, you have different proclivities to different things, and you're just so just generally public health. If although funny enough, right before I jumped on, I was writing a paper for a class of mine, and I was talking about how the Australian health system, I think we should move more towards the Australian health system here in the United States. You guys really do have one of the best health systems in general, the way it's set up. But at the same time, I think because of just our economy, our level of innovation, our level of like our healthcare is, we spend incredible amounts of money on healthcare, like in ways that are actually, we overspend on healthcare. We really do. And especially on end of life care, like our Medicare system is for the very sick and very is for the elderly and the very sick. And
Yeah.
so our Medicare system, and for the poor. And so we spend so much money in like the last year of life that no reasonable country could, would, or should. But our system is just so messed up.
In the hospice care.
No, we people end up in the hospital for months. Like, yeah, like people end up in the hospital for months when they're about to die. Whereas in most places they would end up in a hospice. Like we don't actually like let people die the way other places do. We spend incredible amounts of money keeping people alive just for. So there's this thing. It's called quality adjusted life years, dollars per quality adjusted life year, right? Which is a measure of how much money you're spending to add a year of quality life to a person's to a person's life. And if you're going to be reasonable, you spend $10,000 per quality. If you want to be extravagant in medical situations, $100,000 per quality. I mean, think about it. $100,000 to keep a person alive for 1 year, right? This is government funds you're spending. You could spend equivalent, like spending 10,000, like give me all the money you can print. I will spend. I can spend $10,000 per quality, like very easily, and gain many quality adjusted life years, right? For people in the last year of life, we end up spending $1 million per quality. Like there's no reasonable reason why you should spend $1 million per quality. Technically, in the United States, supposedly we have no limit to how much money you can spend to extend a person's life for a year. Practically, once it gets over $1 million per QALY, we call it experimental, and then we deny care. But yeah, I mean, but okay, $100,000 of care 13 years ago. Obviously, you lived another 13 years. But like spending $1 million on the last year of a person's life, that is like if a person has the money and they want to spend it themselves, like all the power to you. It's your money. You spend it however you like. But like our government system, we spend money in crazy ways partially because our government, our politics is so broken.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I didn't realize that the hospital system was taking over from like where it should be hospice.
We spend about 20% of our gross domestic product on healthcare. 20%. A fifth of our economy is healthcare.
What's the percentage that's on like military investment?
Probably another 20%.
Another 20. Okay.
Yeah. What percentage of US military spending? No. Military spending is like in the United States is 3.45% of GDP. Is healthcare. 17.8% of our GDP is healthcare. Let me see what it is in Australia. 10% of Australia's GDP is spent on health. So we spend 7.8%. We spend almost twice as much of our GDP on healthcare as you guys do.
Yeah, I don't know if it's my StreamYard or if it's your connection, but I'm getting lagging video on your end. By the way, it's probably my end.
It might be. I sometimes green screen because of my video, because of my camera, but like, yeah.
I'm just closing a bunch of things, and I've got some stuff open. Let's see. Close. So I've noticed sometimes StreamYard will sort of just do the Discord thing where it just starts to like decide it doesn't want to work, and you have to like close and reclose it. But I'm also using Chrome, which is like a big memory hog. So
it is.
Yeah, it's a huge one. Like there's programming jokes about it even, that like you have one Chrome instance and say you have like 5 tabs open, it's gonna have something like 50 megabytes of memory for like each tab, and then sometime I've had my system freeze because I've had too many Chrome tabs open. I had like Discord open as well as in the app. And I mean, I've only got 8 gigs of RAM on this MacBook, but it's very inefficient compared to other browsers. But I prefer like the integration with Google, and you can sign in and sync and everything.
Yeah, I have way too many Chrome tabs open at all times. Like, yeah. I'm very Chrome.
There was it was, I think on Bridges of Meaning, or it was on the John Viveki server. I was talking to this guy about tab management, and he said like, oh, I wish someone could just invent a way so you could do like a memory map for your tabs, because I always forget, like I put one here and I want to be able to link that to like this idea there. And I was explaining to him like on the back end like how like memory inefficient that would take up. He goes, yeah, so I've got like about 20 plugins installed for my tabs. So like when I have 700 tabs open, and I'm like, wait, hang on, 700? Like I have ADHD, but like I haven't gotten to 700.
Yeah. So what's actually started happening is I have different tabs open on different computers. But that's the only thing that sometimes gets crazy is I have to ship tabs from one computer to the other. And that's actually been pretty useful, being able to ship tabs from one computer to the other. But yeah, 700, yeah, that's a lot.
Well, and Chrome also has this thing where, like, if you've got Chrome on, your iPhone, and then you've got it on your MacBook, it'll keep track of like what you're doing at each stage. Oh, hello, Garth.
Hello, Jacob. Hello, Andre. Andre, it's been a while. We've talked. We've talked.
We've talked before. Remind me.
Oh, this was like years ago.
What server?
It was. What was it? It was on. I think it was maybe Bridges of Meaning. I think. It was either Bridges of Meaning or the Viveki server, but I definitely remember you, because you live in Australia, right?
Yes, I'm the Australian.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't remember you fully, because a lot of those servers at the time, like I was either administrator or moderator, and there were so many people coming in, and you've got to sort of play the role of like, oh, hey, it's nice to meet you. Like, what are you about? And then also sort of a curator of like, okay, are you up to any trouble?
Yep.
How can you forget that beard though?
Well, actually, if it was like years ago, my beard would have looked a lot different.
Okay.
It was not as long as it is now.
So when are you getting married?
Well, so Ashtini is now in Minnesota, and we've been spending a lot of time together, and it's been
sounds
really great.
good. When are you getting married?
So, I'm working on it. Okay, it's like, but the relationship is going well.
Cool.
Oh, dang it! Okay, so I gave her the link to this video, so she's probably watching me right now.
Hi,
So,
I'm trying to get him to marry you.
send a message in the chat, and then hold on.
She's welcome to join.
You can join if you want to. Very briefly, actually, I just got off another call with her and another friend, and a mutual friend of ours. All right. Oh, she's coming on. She is coming on.
We're
Yep.
gonna meet Garth's girlfriend.
Yes.
This
very
is so
special
exciting.
guy. I know. I can prove to everyone that yes, I do indeed have a girlfriend, and that this has not been all big ruse.
Really, no excuse for Garth not to pop the question on stream.
No, dude, the internet is too impure to do that on stream.
Yeah. She
Oh,
said
dang
no already.
Oh, wait, she meant
She meant no to popping the question. I hope she's still coming on.
Yeah. Oh, she's just going to be in chat, but that's her.
Yes, I know that's her.
Okay.
I recognize the name.
Gotcha.
The Hebrew name that she has. The girlfriend. Yeah, Nathaniel's right. That's a double. That's a double negative. So Uh-oh, you're getting in trouble with
Yes,
the bots.
I could do this all day. Stop spamming caps. Oh,
Yeah.
like so if you type something in all caps, it'll
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't I can't believe I've been outed. Yeah, so man, okay, so yesterday I
Yeah.
heard the news about what happened in Israel.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and I
yeah.
mean, you've already shared your opinion on the Discord server. So anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
I just
Caps lock is cruise control for cool. It
Yep.
is.
That's right. Yes. And by the way, my girlfriend, she does have a YouTube channel. You know.
That's
So-
how I knew the name.
Yep. And if you guys want to check it out, she does video essays and a lot of gay stuff on there. A lot of gay stuff.
Why?
She has a podcast called Three Homos and a Pussy. So, and it is three gay people and her. So it's three homos and a pussy, and they just kind of talk about gender politics.
Gender politics.
Yeah, pretty much. Like maybe they'll comment on, yes, she is not gay. Thank goodness.
Glad to hear your hopefully soon to be fiance is not gay.
Yes, that would.
That would make things difficult. Yes.
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 But no, things have been good here.
So hold on. She's not some sort of feminist, is she?
I like to say she's like a feminist, but in like the Mary Harrington kind of way, you know.
Okay. Okay.
So
That's-
like the best type of feminist you could possibly be.
I look. Yeah. If you watched, I would actually be interested in her reaction to my video on Cassidy's channel. Did you see that?
You know what? I can look it up and then send it to her.
Yeah, I would be interested in her. I'm guessing she would agree with me. I also have a video with Anthony from who's from Arizona as well, and it's called "Feminist Destroyed with Facts and Logic," where I destroyed Anthony with facts and logic.
She does not, but I think she's kind. Yeah. So, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Mary Harrington is my type of feminist.
What is Cassidy's YouTube channel?
Now it's called Cassidy
Information Addicts, or did it change?
Vander. Yeah, it was Information Addict, but I think she changed it to her name. Now it's what's her name now? Vanderkamp? Cassidy Vanderkamp?
Yeah, Vanderkamp.
Van
yep.
Vanderkamp?
Found it.
I'll double check.
So now I just have to find the video that has you in it, basically.
Well, you could do that just by going to my channel, going to the playlists, and then my conversation playlist is somewhere here. View full playlist. And where's the episode 31? Hot takes from Jacob the sexist feminist.
There you go. Let's see.
Wow, it's been 2 years.
Okay. Let's see. All right, let me take another look at your playlists. Is it conversations?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, I can put the link in the chat.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Let's see if this works. All right, I am sending her. If this works.
So did you ever end up using that joystick?
No. So here's the thing. I've been like, so
How much did it cost you? It cost you like $200 or something, right?
look, it's like I've been starting swimming now, which is taking more time out of my schedule.
I'm glad you're swimming. Swimming is much better than playing with a joystick.
And on the weekends, I'm basically spending time with my girlfriend. So
Spending time with your girlfriend is much better than playing with your joystick.
yes, and so I haven't forgotten about it, and it is something that I do want to eventually get set up, but it just hasn't. Again, it hasn't been on the priority list.
It's much better to let your girlfriend play with your joystick.
Yes, that is true.
And you're wearing a Jonathan Pajot shirt.
Yes, although it is not a very high quality Jonathan Peugeot shirt. So like you can kind of see how it's starting to wear off a little bit down here.
Mm.
So it just doesn't handle the wash very well. Even if you put it on gentle on cold, it just deteriorates.
What is her actual name, or should I just call her Chava?
I don't know if she would actually want me to share that info.
Okay,
I would
so I'm
assume
going
not.
to just call her Chava.
Yes.
Clearly,
sorry.
you need to stream with the joystick. Yeah, what was I going to say? I was going to say something about. Are you going to the Symbolic World Conference?
Symbolic? No, I don't think so.
It's in Florida in February.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to that.
Why? Definitely.
Well, because just wiggle it around. Now she wants me to be a video game streamer now.
There you go.
Which honestly, you know what? I probably could, to be honest. Like it'd probably be easy, but I have like zero passion to do that.
Hey, you just be earning your money by pushing buttons, same as you do now.
That's true. I earn money by pushing buttons at work and pushing buttons at home.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Cav, that's my phrase for Jacob. Whenever I tell them that I'm at work, is I say that I am pushing buttons. Yes. So that's what I do a lot of.
Cav? Say it correctly. It's Chava.
See, okay.
Chava.
There is no way I'm going to do that because I have called her Cav for the longest time.
But it's
So-
Chava.
I know it's Hava.
Yes. And you are Dutch, so you're supposed to know. So you're supposed to be able to do your ches.
I'm Dutch?
Aren't you Dutch? I
Not
thought you were
even.
Dutch.
Oh no, I'm mostly Swedish and Norwegian and German. I don't have
What?
a single hint of Dutch in me at all.
Hold on. Swedish, Norwegian, and German are all Dutch.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They're totally different. No
They
way.
are all the exact same thing.
No way.
It
Maybe
is all
Ger-
Deutsch.
Germans, maybe, but Swedish and Norwegian, nah. No, you can't convince me on that one.
Hold on.
They-
Swedish is a Dutch language. I am pretty sure Swedish is a Dutch language.
I mean, yeah, they're probably yeah, there we go. My girlfriend's right.
Yeah, it's North Germanic. Come
Yeah.
on.
Like, okay, yes, they are Germanic languages. Like, yes, I
No,
agree with
it's
that.
North Germanic.
Okay, all right.
Like, yeah, North Germanic languages. Let's see. The North Germanic languages make up one of the three branches of the Germanic languages. West Germanic languages, East Germanic languages. Well, East Germanic languages are extinct. So there's only West Germanic languages and North Germanic languages.
Okay. Polish
Yeah.
isn't Germanic.
I don't think so. No, I think Polish is Slavic, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh, you could. Yeah, I think you're right on that.
Polish language is Slavic.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I have learned something new.
I'm sorry, but once you're making like differentiation between Germanic languages, it's all the same to me.
Yeah,
They're all Germanic.
that's fair. To a certain degree.
Yiddish is Germanic.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yep. If you know German and you know, also all their languages are the same. Hergen Durgen. All white people are the same. I'm assuming she's white.
Yes, she is.
You're such
Yes,
a racist.
indeed. I know. Yep.
And a sexist. You deliberately picked a female
that's
girlfriend,
true.
didn't you?
I did. Yep.
You deliberately picked a female girlfriend. That is such sexism.
Look, how are we gonna maintain this patriarchy, right? If we don't pick women to date, okay? Let's see. Well, yep, West Germanic. Historically spoken by Ashkenazi or originates from 9th century. This is just Wikipedia.
I was surprised how closely it is. And you picked her for being cis.
That's right. That too. Yep.
What's pick me syndrome?
Oh no. Okay. All right. So, pick me is kind of like, how do I describe it? So it's a feminine thing. Man, my girlfriend would probably describe this better than I can, but I'm gonna do my darnest. So pick me is like, think of guys, right, who like are muscular, right, and are always like trying to show it off to get women, right?
Okay.
So like, and when you're a woman, right, you're always like beautiful and tries to show they aren't like. Oh, there we go. Yep, that's exactly it. Yep, that's a perfect explanation.
Cornus Natali says girls that claim to watch football.
That too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this is like pick me is like in the vocabulary of like YouTube politics channels, kind of, and lately, yeah, just to get guys' attention. And it gets thrown around to people like, just like basically most women, like that talk about politics on YouTube. Sometimes will get called like a pick me girl, especially if they're single and whatnot.
Okay. I have to default to my most misogynist joke ever.
Mm-hmm.
Never trust anything that bleeds for a week and doesn't die.
Actually, she probably would really like that joke.
Yeah. We have a Charlie Campbell here.
Hello, Charlie.
Another Midwest guy.
Oh yeah, I know Charlie. I tried to get on the Just Chatting. That was, I think, a couple.
Oh, with Fezzi and Charlie?
Yeah, but it's like they couldn't do it. That's fine. So, no worries. Because I think Hezi had the power, and he was driving, so he really couldn't do anything about it. So, hey Trey.
And we have Trey.
I see Trey in the chat. Oh, so Yiddish is written in Hebrew alphabet.
Yes.
Interesting.
There are several languages that are just some language written in the Hebrew alphabet. So Ladino is basically just Spanish written in the Hebrew alphabet with a bunch of Hebrew in it.
Interesting.
And Judeo-Arabic is basically just Arabic with a bunch of Hebrew in it, written with the Hebrew alphabet.
Okay. Let's see. I just clicked on Hebrew alphabet. And let's see. Most notably Yiddish, Ladino, Judeo-Arabic, Arabic, Judeo-Persian.
Judeo-Persian is just Persian written with a...
Sure. Fools. Israel. Huh. Okay, I actually didn't know that there were other languages that uses the Hebrew alphabet other than Hebrew.
So this was part of the thing. So Jews were merchants all over the world, and because they had the same liturgical language, they could communicate with each other in Hebrew, right? And so they would go places and be able to communicate wherever they were because everybody knew some Hebrew, and they would have the Hebrew alphabet with whichever language they were, and so like it was part of the Jewish merchant thing of having an alphabet. So even if in Iran, even like if you were communicating in Farsi, you would write in the Hebrew alphabet, and only another Jew would be able to read it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
I have no idea why they're talking about computer languages in the chat.
Yeah, that's me. Someone said Perl is in like PERL, and that's a programming language.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, you're a tertium comparationist,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
A what?
It's the long username that's too hard to say.
Oh,
Tertium
okay.
Comparatione.
What does that mean?
So it's something to do with metaphor, and it's let me look it up again because it's got a weird explanation. I was trying to look up something interesting to put my YouTube username as. So it's from the Latin. It's the quality that two things which are being compared have something in common. The point of comparison, which prompted the author of the comparison in question to liken someone or something to someone or something else in the first place. So examples are like necessity is the mother of invention. Objects of comparison, the relationship between the mother and child, relationship between necessity and invention. The tertium comparatione is source, where something derives from. Or if they, our two souls, be two, they are two so. So it's just like a rhetorical, metaphoric, and like linguistic part of phrase.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
it's not entirely super interesting, but like I was searching through Wikipedia links of interesting looking names which weren't sort of like too obnoxious or like too complex, and I thought, oh, that sounded good.
I went really simple. I just used my last name.
Well, I did have a 4-letter username for a long time because I registered in 2006 and I had FSCK for file system check. And too many times I had people thinking like, oh, you got around like the swearing censor, like you're trying to say the F word. No, that's not it.
Oh, funny.
So Garth, when are you starting your channel?
My channel, it's like, man, oh wow, Wow, it's been a long time ever since you asked me to start my YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, I was trying to get you to start a channel before I was trying to get you to get married. But now that you have a
That's right.
girlfriend, it's more important to get married than to start a YouTube channel.
That's right. Yeah, I just don't know what I would do in my YouTube channel. It's like, I don't know if I would just be like, I don't know, making like just just like meme content or whatever, or if I just wanted to do something simple like gaming streams or whatnot, or just like, or like obviously every now and then something I find interesting that I would talk about for like 2 minutes or something. I don't know. It's like, yeah,
Figure it out, make it happen.
Lifestyle. Oh man,
You guys
that's
can,
tempting.
when you get married, you can have the Mr. and Mrs. Live stream the wedding. There you go. See,
We could do that.
there you
We
go.
could do that. That could be my first video on my YouTube channel.
You have told her that I insist 4 is the minimum number of children, right?
Oh yeah.
4
Well,
is the minimum number of children.
Yep. Well, you know what, Cav, you'll have to let us know what you think of that in the chat. I have no problem with that. But both her and I, we both have had experience with children before, so.
See, now she knows. Yeah.
There we go.
4 is the minimum number of children. It is the minimum. Less than 4, it's just child abuse.
There you go. Well, I don't know. I grew up with 2 other siblings. It was all right.
Well,
All right.
yeah. If there are cousins and stuff around, I think
Oh, yeah.
you can still have. I think you can still have normal. Like you can still raise a normal child if there are cousins around. But yeah, see,
Mhm.
yeah, I think like with only one sibling and certainly with no siblings, you end up just not learning how to properly socialize with other people of your age.
I do agree with that. That I think it is helpful for like kids to have other siblings with them, because yeah, it does help with that socialization.
And it helps realize your parents aren't everything and all that. Like, I think especially kids that are single children, like they're the only child, I think their parents play a way outsized role in their life. And no human being is a good enough parent to be able to shoulder that properly, I think.
You know, I have a good friend that was an only child, and I've kind of asked him what it was like, and that he said, you know, what tends to happen is that the really good friends that you become with as like kids, you tend to see them as brother and sisters now, instead of any brothers and sisters that you would actually have in your family. And so that's kind of what tends to happen with only sibling children.
If they're normal.
Yes, if they're yes, correct.
There are way too many single children who end up not being normal.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
I
I think as a major. I mean, I would love. I should probably Google it or something. Is there what would I Google? Is there a correlation between being an only child and mental health issues? Only child syndrome.
Oh, we've got a sampler in the chat. William, only child here. Can't recommend.
Yeah. So, according to Medical News Today, there is no reliable evidence that being an only child significantly affects personality and behavior. Yeah, I don't know if I believe that.
Attachment issues, it's possible. Okay.
Results showed that urban-only children. No, that's not it. Mental health problems associated with the only child. This is 1975. The study was undertaken to provide an evaluation of mental health problems associated with the only child and a basis for forensic study. The results showed that the only child did not differ significantly. This is from 1975, though.
The Sampo has got it. He or she has got it.
There you go. There you go. Trey wants a StreamYard link. Should I give Trey a StreamYard link?
He can find it. You just got to scroll up. I found it.
I think if the chat's been going for a while, it's not that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Connie has problems and she has siblings.
Yeah.
With bearded parents.
Uh-oh.
Depends. If both parents have beards, you're talking problems.
It's true. You hear that, Kev? Don't grow a beard. Hello, Trey.
Oh, only children are fatter on average than multi children.
Wait, they're fatter?
Yep.
Oh, huh.
Well, at least that's what they found in China, at the very least. So it could be different in different cultures. But I remember in the Late Show or whatever, they were talking about that basically because there's only one child, there's more affection that is just based on one child.
So they stuff the child more with food?
Yep.
Well, so in China, there's also cultural issues with that because as far as I understand, they still have this thing of being fat is a cultural status symbol.
No. Well, like as a bad cultural status symbol.
No, as a cultural status symbol, as like if you are fat, that is considered a status symbol.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta Google that, bro.
Well, it's definitely happened before in other cultures, so it's definitely not out of the question.
Haven't you heard the stereotype of like Asian mothers saying like, "Why are you so fat?"
Oh, apparently, so according to Quora, and obviously Quora must be right, it is not a status symbol in, maybe it is in Japan? Maybe I was thinking of Japan.
No, actually, it's definitely not Japan, because Japan actually has laws that if you are a citizen that's overweight, in some circumstances, you may actually have to go to mandatory exercise training.
Based.
So
very based.
And I think, well, it's either a government thing or it's a very highly stressed work culture thing. It's one of those two. But in Japan, yeah, they don't like having their population be fat, and they do as much as they can to try to prevent it.
Based. I'll say it again.
So according to the internet, top 10 countries that celebrate female obesity. Number 10, Tonga. Number 9, Kuwait. I'm dubious. Number 8, Fiji. Number 7, Jamaica. Jamaica? Number 6, Samoa. I could believe that. Number 5, South Africa. Due to the prevalence of AIDS, the association between weight loss and illness is contributed to South Africa's negative view of thinness. Okay. Afghanistan, Tahiti, I believe. Nauru, I don't know much about the Nauru. Nauru. And Mauritania. So there you go. If you like more cushion for the pushing, There you go.
I remember hearing some story where there was some Pacific island or some country or whatnot where, like, it was a very high status thing to be large for both the men and the women. But then what happened is that during the 80s, there was a really popular show, I forget what it was, that got imported from the US over there. And then everyone there started watching it. And because all the characters were like nice, thin, slim, like high school kids, like acting cool and whatnot, then it just did a complete 180. Like
Interesting.
the next generation.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
So basically, the way to fix society is to have lots of people watching television.
Yep. There you go. We just need to eventually fix the writer strike somehow.
I'm hoping it's permanent.
I agree. I share that same. I hope it's permanent as well.
You masochist.
Oh no, my Hollywood, all the Hollywood media I'm missing out on.
Yeah, it's like
tonight.
over the past, like, I refuse to watch anything from the past 10 years unless several people recommend it to me, because it's all woke bullshit.
I was thinking more about the people who don't have jobs, but hey, that's just me.
They're writers. They can go do something productive with their life.
Okay. Okay, really. Says the man that's streaming at 9 o'clock at night.
See, this
this
is why
is
I love
not
my
how I
girlfriend.
earn my living.
But it's the majority of how you spend your time.
No, it actually is not the majority of how I spend my time. Like, I stream how many hours a week?
No, but you also have the everything that's associated with this channel.
Oh, yeah, I spend a lot of time on this channel. Thank you for advertising for my new nonprofit. But yeah, I decided to try to make it something that's more than just a hobby. But my hope is that that's not going to be sitting here on the internet doing things that are not worthwhile. I certainly spend more time on school and like volunteering at various places than I do here. Which reminds me, when do I have a shift at Trevor this week?
What is the status of Fountain of Comfort?
Fountain of Comfort? Well, there's a really lazy guy who's supposed to be making our website.
Okay.
I can't. Okay, you have to take that back. I do. You have to take that back right now.
I take it back. He's not lazy. He's incompetent.
Yep. Oh, how much work have I done on this website? How many little things have I fixed? Oh, great. Oh, yep.
We love you, Trey.
Look, just use a Squarespace or whatever the heck they use
I am.
nowadays.
He is.
Oh, what?
Hezi, look, you're calling me incompetent. Hezi, we've been waiting on Hezi just to draw a simple drawing for 5 weeks. What are you talking about?
Well, Hezi, I think now has
it wasn't
actually, I can't say that now, but
right,
because he actually has real stuff. Dang it! But
yeah,
he's got much more important things to worry about right now.
And yeah, it was actually Matthew, and he was trying to do different stuff, but he was busy. But I was actually waiting for the 501c3 to come through, which it has, and I have done all the filings. And actually, I mean, if people want to contribute to our PayPal, they can. You can start sending money if you want.
It's through PayPal?
Yeah, PayPal. I mean, I'm going to open up a Patreon, but Patreon takes 20%, and PayPal takes less than 1%. So it's like,
okay,
yeah. If you're doing the $5 a month, so this is what I am saying to everyone. If you're watching my channel, I want you to contribute $5 a month because frankly, I think you can do $5 a month. Come on, people. Like,
where's the how do I get in touch with this PayPal? Do I just need to contact you directly, or
so there is a link on the website we are not publishing.
oh, okay.
But so I was making a PayPal campaign. But I do have a PayPal link. Yes. I thought I created it. Yes, there it is. Here is the link.
All right, guys, there it is. Give them your money right now. Okay.
Give me money. Money.
I don't
now.
know how it's gonna work when people use it though. Like nobody's actually sent any money yet.
I'll send some money right now.
There you go. Wow, you'll be our first contributor.
Let's see. I gotta. Oh boy, I have like stopped using PayPal for a long time, so I gotta.
Well,
figure out
I
my PayPal
think
account.
you can still contribute as a guest, but you can't like do repeat donations. And I very much want.
Yeah, I'm eventually gonna get it set up for repeat donations.
Yeah,
So-
that's the thing. Like, if you're going to do like $100 or you're going to do $5 a month, I would rather you do the $5 a month, just because I am hoping to have a monthly budget to work with, which and so yeah. Although we probably should like do all kinds of stuff. I don't know.
Definitely post that link in the Discord because I couldn't find it in the.
We haven't advertised the link yet, but I guess I could on the Discord.
Post the link and then pin that message in that chat.
Okay, if you insist.
And then at everyone.
Not yet. Once we actually have a campaign, like I'm gonna do a campaign and start asking people for money. But my hope is, my idea is, look, if you're watching my channel, you should be able to do $5 a month. If you can do $20 a month, please, that would be nice. I don't think that's asking too much. And frankly, if you can afford it, do $100 a month, do $250 a month, do $1,000 a month. But it's not too much to ask people to do $5 a month. And what we will be able to do is based on how much money comes in. And if we get enough money in, we'll see what we do with it. But like, I would be seriously disappointed if we don't at least get $5,000. As in, like, that's 100 people, $5 a month is $500 a month, which is $6,000 a year. Which is, like, if it's less than that, I'm gonna be very disappointed. Make it 10,000. Well, I told the IRS I expect to get less than 50,000 our first year, and I told the state of California that. And so when we actually start fundraising, I'm gonna say, make a liar out of Jacob.
That's right.
It was I signed under penalty of perjury that I was gonna get less than $50,000. I'll go to jail. I won't
See.
really. But
Actually, hold on. I'm trying to see.
I would go to jail if I seriously knew we were going to get more than 50,000. Your girlfriend is leaving you.
All right. Good night, sweetie. Love you.
Who?
Sleep tight. That's my girlfriend.
That's his girlfriend. She moved to Minnesota just for him.
She did. She did indeed. And I love her for it.
Imagine the amount of love it requires to move to Minnesota.
They go like Minnesota.
Like the land of 1,000 frozen lakes.
True.
Let's see. Is it?
I would like to see her face, but
She has
She-
a channel, but she doesn't dox herself.
okay.
Yes, correct. But her channel is, it's right there,
And just as long as Garth thinks she's pretty, I don't care if she's actually ugly.
She
Gar-
is pretty. She is
If you say
absolutely
so.
beautiful.
As long as you think so, I don't actually care if you're wrong or not.
Hey Garth, do you talk to her about Second Temple Judaism or Jonathan Riddell or anything like that, or just not being able those conversations?
Not really, not yet.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to figure. So I found it. It's in Corcoran, California.
Panorama City, California.
Never mind. Okay.
How
Well,
did
that's
you
found-
find it?
Never mind. It's Fountain of Life. Never mind.
No, Fountain of Comfort. Yeah, it's not on the IRS website yet. It hasn't
okay.
been that. Even though we do have a 501c3, and if you want to see the 501c3 letter, I can show it to you.
Let's see.
And we're on GuideStar now.
It's GuideStar.
GuideStar is where you get information on charities.
Okay, so I see the link, but I don't see the option to make it a recurring payment, like a recurring donation.
Really?
I don't think so. Because if I click send, it just, actually, hold on. Let me.
I don't know how to use this very well either.
Let's see. I'm about to find it out. Okay. There's that. Okay. If I click send, let's see what happens.
There we go. Thank you.
Yep, I sent it. Although I'm trying to see if I can. No, it doesn't give you the option to send up a reoccurring donation. But you know what? Since I've already sent it, I have it as like a contact, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if it will come up for me. Oh, wait. Show more charity results. Wow. There's a lot of charities that have the word fountain in them. Fountain of Life, Fountain of Hope, Fountain of Living Waters. Let's see. Can we... Can I search by state? Let's see. Oh, here we go. I can. California. Actually, if I go to my PayPal, Fountain of Comfort, it doesn't say on PayPal that it recognizes it as like a charity, so it doesn't have it in like the charity list on PayPal. At least not
Yeah,
that
we
I
have
can
to.
see.
Yeah, so I have to create a Venmo thing, and I haven't been able to do it. Ooh, somebody else also sent me money. We
Woohoo!
have 2 people who've sent money. Thank you.
All right. Well, anyway, I'll wait for further updates, and then once it gets to that, point that I can set up reoccurring donation, then I will most certainly do it.
Why, thank you.
But
So,
there is the start.
yeah, I think I needed to have an actual transaction before it let me.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, create a thing.
Trey, guess what I watched with my girlfriend
What?
on Saturday?
What?
Okay, it's a movie that has Jeff Goldblum in it.
The Fly?
Yeah, actually, wow, you nailed it. Yeah, we watched The Fly together.
Oh, great. I was thinking like, what other movie where you would mention Jeff Goldblum as the lead?
Yeah, you know what? That probably is one of his most famous movies where he is the lead in it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, a lot of movies he's kind of a like a side character.
Yeah, which I think is good, but I think he did well in The Fly. Like he wasn't really like being Jeff Goldblum. You know what I mean?
He kind of was, like I think he definitely was Jeff Goldblum in The Fly, because he's like quirky scientist that has like the Jeff Goldblum mannerisms,
Yeah, when he's I think doesn't he film the thing where I'll agree with that when he has the video camera and he's very close to being full fly and he shows this is how I make mucus.
Yep.
Yeah. But did John Carpenter do that? I feel like
No, that is a David Cronenberg film.
Oh, that's okay. That's starting to make more sense.
Yep.
I wonder who did the real effects or whatever it's called.
Oh, the special effects? I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Those are really good. Like it still holds up today. Like honestly.
Yeah, it is pretty. There are some parts of it that are still very like 80s.
Yeah.
Like the hair, like I forget her name, but she plays the love interest.
Yeah.
In the
She
film,
always has the same hair.
she's got the big 80s hair.
Yeah. What'd you think of it?
The Fly? I love The Fly. I have it on Blu-ray. But did you know they made a sequel to that movie?
Yeah, I think they made a third one as well.
Wait, they made a third one? What? Hold on.
Maybe I'm wrong. I know the sequel is about his kid, right?
Hold on.
So, oh no, I'm wrong.
Okay, yeah. There's only the sequel to The Fly. The Fly 2, which The Fly 2 is kind of more of a cult classic type film. It's a cult film. It's not made by the same director either.
I was watching a review of it and I heard it wasn't that bad.
I haven't seen it. Let's see.
Oh, hey, it's Teo.
Yeah, I was
What's up,
gonna say.
Teo, hello. How is the UK?
It is early morning, dark and cold.
Dang. And you came to talk to us?
Yes, I did. Hi Jacob, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm alright. As good as can be. I jumped on a Grim Grizz stream yesterday, and I saw a comment. I saw you in the Hive Mind, and I saw you saying that Ezzy and Joseph checked in on your channel.
Gilad, Schliff, yeah, they checked in. Yosef doesn't lives in the United States. Yeah, Teddy and I hate using my phone number for the phone number of the thing, but I guess I have to. I think we have to get like a Google number or something for the charity.
Google
Is
number.
the charity gone live then?
What?
Is the charity live?
Yes.
So there is a link to it, but there's nothing to yet set up for a reoccurring payment.
Actually, let me check the website real quick. There should be. Are you at the site, George?
No, I'm doing the Venmo thing right now.
Here, Trey, send me a link to the website.
Actually, I didn't add reoccurring payments.
Oh.
That's the problem with me. Right, because I think we were talking whether we wanted reoccurring payments.
You absolutely should have reoccurring payments, especially if it's for a charity.
Oh yeah, no, definitely want reoccurring payments.
Yeah, that's how. Honestly, that's how a lot of people like to donate to charities. Is they will just have a reoccurring payment, and then it can just run and do its thing. Like I there's like 2 other charities that I donate to, and that's what I have. I just have reoccurring payments.
Okay, so now we have a Venmo profile.
Venmo profile. Actually, here, let's see if I can. Do you want me to send some money through that, just to test it?
Sure.
All right, I'll send you more money.
Yay! You can send as much money as you like. I do not mind at all.
All right, sounds good. Is it what's the Venmo user?
Fountain of Comfort.
Okay.
It's at Fountain of Comfort.
Okay.
I mean, that's supposedly how PayPal. Ooh, thank you, Connie. And Nathaniel. And
Wait, found it. Okay.
I just created it, so.
And it is wow, it's already a verified charity too.
Yes.
Oh, wait, hold on. Do I need to... I could report the charity.
What are you reporting us for?
I'm nothing. I'm just joking. I just found that as an option.
Yes. All men who are not religious students must do must go into the army, and then do women too, actually. But women can do national service, and they have shorter thing.
Uh, hold on.
I'm holding on. I'm holding on.
Jacob, I may take my leave. It was lovely chatting to you again.
It's nice seeing you. Thank you for
Take care,
jumping on.
Android.
Best wishes to everybody.
So Teo, what have you been up to? How's Claire doing?
What a question. I hope Claire's doing good. I don't know. I've got a bunch of messages from her on Discord I need to read and then reply to.
I'm not sure I would bother to read and reply to the Chinese Communist Party's woman in London.
Oh gosh. Yeah, Speaker's Corner was interesting yesterday. I hadn't been there in a while, but I thought given the activities over the past weekend, I wanted to
Oh
be
yeah,
there.
that what?
So it did
Why
not
did-
disappoint.
You should have live streamed it.
Yeah, it did not disappoint.
Okay, by the way, you guys, like the Randos United people, I'm kicking you off my channel. I keep on off my StreamYard. I keep on saying that, and none of you are paying attention. But like, I threatened to do it weeks ago, and like,
Yeah,
nobody's paying attention.
I missed your threat, but I saw Luke's live stream. No, it wasn't Luke. It was Sam's
Sam.
live
Yeah,
Sam's live stream on your channel, sort of like to appease Jacob's. Like, oh, what's Jacob mad about now? So what's the? I mean, it's understandable. You've been paying for how long have you been paying for this now? And like,
it's been over a year, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
No, I mean, honestly, if I could, so they want another $4,000 a year for any more admin seats. Yay! Let's see what the Venmo, how much Venmo took out.
How do I add this as a contact?
Hold on, why is it not showing the? That one must have been. Okay, I don't know what happened. Oh, that was an old, yeah. Okay. No, there's the Venmo, but why did I see? Let's see how much of a Venmo took out. Venmo took out less than PayPal does.
Oh,
Cool.
now we know.
Now we do. I mean, it's not much different, but yeah, Venmo took less than PayPal did. By how much? So.
Okay, this is odd. I can't add this as a contact into Venmo for some reason.
Yeah, so PayPal took 48 cents more than Venmo did.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
Based on what I donated.
yeah. I mean, it's nothing compared to what like Patreon and PayPal and YouTube take out. Like, yeah.
Right.
So, like, I just need the seats for my own channel, and it's like, come on, guys! Like, I'm trying to get you guys to open up your own whatchamacallit, StreamYard.
Yards.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, I think
it's not that difficult.
it's time to graduate and put
Yeah.
on our big boy pants.
Honestly, like it's like one other person, and Father Eric, being who he is, has been really good about trying to make his own StreamYard thing work. Yeah, we're not based in Russia, so we don't have.
No, I just thought that would raise
Yeah.
your heart attack a little bit more. That they
No,
did
I
that.
saw that before. So Father Eric has been trying to make it work without anybody else's help, and I've been trying to help him make it work. But ultimately, Jeff is the guy who runs, and Mo is supposed to be the guy who runs Randos United. And even though I'm streaming on Randos United now, eventually, like, I did this just chatting on Randos United partially because I knew people wanted to kind of talk about Israel, and I figured I would give that opportunity. But yeah.
So,
So-
when you migrate, sorry, Garth.
Nope,
You
go
go.
ahead, Teo.
Yeah, when you migrate or when you kick everyone off Randos United or off your channel,
Off my StreamYard.
yes, but people still be able to stream onto Randos United.
That's what they should be able to do, but Jeff needs to help you guys make that happen. You know Jeff Pace?
I've seen him on stream. I've not met him or interacted with him much. No.
On stream? He's very rare.
Well, on video, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah,
on video chat on Bridges of Meaning. Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. So Jeff officially runs Randos United. Mo officially is supposed to be taking over running Randos United, kind of, sort of, with Jeff somehow. Like, I just want you guys to figure it out so that, like, I can just concentrate on my own channel.
Why the sudden?
It's not sudden. I've been saying this for months.
Okay,
He has-
you have that. That's fine. Why now? Why the definitive? Why now?
Oh, the Jewish New
Absolutely.
Year was 15 days ago, and like I'm like, okay, it's the Jewish New Year. I'm like
Okay.
pushing you guys even more, and like supposedly I told myself by Monday, like this month, like tomorrow, I was gonna kick you guys off. But I would much
The end will come
rather,
tomorrow. I promise. The end will come tomorrow.
yeah.
The Messiah will come tomorrow. Oh wait, the Messiah is going to come next week.
My hope
Guys,
is
next week.
my hope is before I actually have to kick you guys off, you guys will actually just like go and do other things so that like I don't have to kick you off anymore. Like it's kind of like telling you I'm going to kick you out of the house. I'm going to kick you out of the house, hoping you move out.
Mhm.
But I will eventually kick people out.
I think
Yeah.
once the Randos United thing is sorted, which you said depends on Jeff. I think
And Mo.
people and Mo.
Okay, Mo has been telling me for months he's going to be selling tickets for Jerusalem. For months, he said things like tomorrow and Wednesday.
Tomorrow and Wednesday are very specific.
Yes,
Well-
they are. And guess what didn't happen?
What didn't happen?
Well, good news. Well, not quite good news. Well, you know, he doesn't have to worry about that anymore now.
What? Well,
Oh, well, yeah,
Jerusalem.
that's true.
I still think they. Well, first of all, despite the fact that they have made no announcements, it looks like Jerusalem was going to be postponed to the summer anyway. Because unlike me, who wanted to have it in the off season where people could go for like $1,000 round trip from the United States. They've decided they're like, apparently John Vervaeke and Jonathan Pajot and Paul Vanderklay are all rich, so they can go to Israel in the summer.
There you go.
Because, like, yeah, Israel in the summer, it's when people want to go. Guess what? It's a lot more expensive to do things in Israel in the summer than it is to do it in January or February, like I was planning.
But it's like, are people going to be going if Israel is going to be at war with Hamas?
Israel's been at war with the Palestinians for 50 years. Garth.
Yeah, but not
I mean,
like
yeah, but not like this, where
Yeah, I'm not sure this is so much more than what several of the things that have happened over the past 20 years.
what even in terms of Jewish casualty, you don't think?
Oh, in terms of Jewish casualty, this is the largest
Yeah,
Israel has lost in since its founding.
But don't you think that's like what makes this different, and that the country is going to be more focused on going in a more
What are they going to
military-
do? What are they going to do to Gaza?
Well, from what I've been hearing at the news, is that the intention of the Israeli army is that they're going to attack basically their military intelligence centers as best they can, and they're going to hit them as hard as they can.
And they've been doing that for years. What is not going to happen is what some people, to my disgust, have been talking about, which is leveling Gaza. That's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
and why?
No, like I don't expect it to happen now, but like
Speaking of Israel,
Oh my goodness!
Yay, Ezzy.
Hezi, how are you?
how's it going, man?
Pretty devastating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. Not great, but we will prevail. Ultimately, I heard Jacobs. Heard and saw Jacobs 1 million kids.
That's right. Mhm. We're gonna have at least 4 kids. That's the goal for-
no. He's talking about Gaza.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, he's
Never
talking
mind.
about
Guys-
Gaza. Yes,
Okay.
there are
1 million kids.
There are 1 million children under the age of 14 in Gaza.
Yes, very, very problematic because first I would say I saw you mention for a moment that
Itamar Ben-Gvir should resign. Yes, he should.
I mean also Bibi should resign after this. It's a complete
Fine.
fail.
I'm fine with,
Ju-
but
ju-
Itamar
ju-
Ben-Gvir needs to resign now.
Yes, he needs to resign. It should be clear though that there's no way he was happy that 200 partiers were massacred or anything like that. I'm sure he is.
I hope so, but I wouldn't put it past him.
I would.
Okay,
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope so.
Secondly, it's just amazing to hear all the, horrifying and amazing and depressing to hear all the heroic stories of everyone over here. And it's sad because it's a nation full of heroes that are all running to save, help, do, and no leadership. And if there was leadership, they could actually galvanize themselves into a light upon nations. But we don't do that, unfortunately. It is a little crazy what's going on here right now. It's also just, if you guys should be aware, that fence that they like knocked down with like the Bob the Builder shovel that you could see in the security fence. If a bird touches that fence, there's a platoon there within like 20 minutes. So it's just it's crazy. I mean, and everyone wants answers to this, and no one got an answer yet. But it's just no one understands how you had 15, 20 different cars come in, come out at no point. You know, they took between 150 to 200 civilians in captivity, babies, women, elderly, whole families. It's horrible. It's horrible.
Did you see the video that the supreme leader of Iran posted?
No, which video?
The video, I showed it earlier. The people at the rave running from people shooting them.
Yeah. That, I mean, there's way worse videos than that.
I know there's way worse, but that's what he posted that on Twitter.
I mean, but how about a post of just this little kid? This kid's probably 7 years old. He's standing in a circle of like all these little Arab kids, and they're all smacking him across the head. And the dad is saying, "Look, I brought you a Jewish toy." It's crazy, and I could tell you that from left to right in this country, while this is not what I'm advocating, they are very much. Everyone in the country is very much just go, bomb, destroy, kill, revenge. And it's horrible because, I mean, there's a sense where they're telling people to wake up over here, which is like, this is a fight for our survival. And there's truth to that. On the flip side, I mean, there's a lot of talk about how there's no version of us getting out all these people that were kidnapped, and they need to be seen as like casualties of war. It's horrible, a scenario that Israel was never prepared for. And while Bibi might be a fantastic politician, there's no way he's never prepared for something like this or making a decision like this. The most, for me was ironic is as I was walking to synagogue on Saturday, I was not aware yet of what started at night, Friday night, and on the way to synagogue, we hear a rocket alarm in Jerusalem. And for a second, I'm like, there's no way what I'm hearing is what I'm hearing. And there was this guy on the street with a phone, and he looked at me. He's like, "No, there's missiles. There's missiles." And he started running, and I was with my son, so we ducked in a corner, and I wrapped him in like my prayer shawl. And he's looking there at me, and he sees I have my book in my hand, ironically about like interfaith, and he asked why. He's like, "Why are we fighting if we both believe it in Hashem?" And yeah, inshallah, one day we will have peace. And as far as Jacob, as far as your 1 million kids, I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know what could be done. I don't know how they're gonna avoid. I don't know how they're gonna avoid just mass death. And Israel's gonna say right now, there's no way you're sending our soldiers into Gaza before you first clear it out completely. And obviously, if they do that, then this whole other level of escalation. Not easy. So yeah, I don't know how this affects like Jerusalem in February, but I don't think that's happening. And I don't know. Maybe we'll have to change the name. But I guess what you guys could do on your end is just keep on spreading love, pray, do good deeds, be good people, try to advocate. I have my whole. I have a family that lives in the West, in the West Bank, and there are 2 terrorists that came into their neighborhood that they're searching for. So my sister had her whole family come over right now, and they're staying by me. So there's a lot of people in the house right now, getting milk and groceries, but because it was a very big holiday, so a lot of milk and eggs and bread are like missing. I'm sure they'll come back by later in the afternoon, but it's a bleak reality. I know it sounds it sounds very morbid right now, and you were talking about like stats about Australia earlier, so you could go back to that if you want to.
No, I mean before that we were talking. We spent some time talking about Iran and Israel and stuff, but like, yeah, no, like, look, I showed the video. like the supreme leader of Iran is they're trying to instigate a bigger war. They're
Oh, for
trying
sure.
to instigate a bigger war.
They're trying to also derail the Saudi deal because,
Yes.
like, obviously Israel had managed to create a pathway towards peace that that sort of that doesn't have to deal with the Palestinians directly, and they're obviously for different interests. The Arab parts of the Arab world do not want that to happen. There's another issue, it's twofold issues, which are, and this is not to justify, this is just to show the reality. So you have let's say a 9/11, and your country decides to, or our country, I'm an American citizen, our country decides to invade the wrong country, right? There's a big boo-boo, as we know. Now you could be like, that's a little overboard. On the flip side, in Israel, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but Israel has a protocol which is called roof knocking. Right? Before we bomb a building in Gaza, we first send out pamphlets letting them know which building we're going to bomb. Then we call people in the building and tell them to leave the building. And then we call the surrounding people and tell them to leave as well, because we want to avoid casualties. Obviously, this gives a head up to any terrorists over there to escape as well. So Israel asked right now there were talks inside the cabinet to forego roof knocking, which, by the way, no other country in the world does. And what we heard from the legal team was like, it's going to be problematic. So you're, and this is not what I'm, again, advocating for. You could assume if this was the 40s, there would have been a different response. And you could assume that, like in 67, Israel could have done other things which they didn't. We live in a world today where, and in another sense, Bibi had to deal with this with a protest where you have, let's say, thousands of people protesting on the streets, which is illegal. Are you going to water cannon them in 2023 on YouTube, and you're going to see just people water canning civilians? So no. And here too, you have this is horrible what I just described to you, right? You have 200 people captive. You have people being massacred, civilians being massacred, and you'd be like, well, people have to answer. But like just Jacob said, but the world's not going to accept 1 million kids that are dead, and the world might not even accept they might not even accept 100 Palestinian dead kids, and I want no Palestinian dead kids, because even the 13-year-old Palestinian terrorist that we've had, he's not an evil person and he's not a terrorist. He's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. And on the flip side, though, what should Israel do? Right? They can't allow that to happen. And what are the civilians supposed to expect, right? My son is kidnapped. I'm going to be worried about right now you knocking on the roof of this building.
Looks like we lost Fezzi.
Is playing a completely different game. Again, that doesn't mean Israel needs to play a different game. It's just really a very problematic situation because.
But Chazi, there's a bright side to that same calculation, which is now where and this was part of what I was talking about earlier before you were listening. Now people like that. So Barghouti, Mustafa Barghouti,
Marwan
Barghouti was on CNN, and he was like, "No, they didn't attack civilians at all.
Right?
No, it didn't happen. It's false. There were no civilians, and
there were also no camps.
Yeah."
I mean, there's no, I'm talking about like Holocaust camps.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, but okay, but you know what? Everybody sees the videos of what was her name? Shani Luke.
The girl, yeah.
Yeah, like that video, like that CNN is not showing that video, but plenty of people saw that video, and frankly, you don't want to see that video.
Correct, and you did see,
but it's there.
You did see condemnation from the Squad and Bernie Sanders.
Did you see what Rashida Tlaib wrote?
Yeah, very parv.
Parv? No. Ilhan Omar was
Omar was
Parv.
parv. Sorry, Rashida Tlaib. No, I didn't see why.
Rashida
What did you say?
Tlaib should be expelled from Congress.
I don't know what you write, but to clear, I obviously understand that there has been many over the
She
years.
wrote that as long as America keeps on funding Israel, such things will continue.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah, she's free to say it. That doesn't mean she should be in Congress.
Not easy. But again, these are the silver lining is, even though 3 days ago Israel was very much on the brink of a civil war internally, unfortunately it requires us we require our enemy to remind us that he doesn't care if we're left or we're right or we're liberal or we're progressive or we're conservative. They just see us as Jews, and it doesn't matter to them how many they push inside the train or how many they kidnap. And I think this again galvanized, like, the videos and the amount of people that are joining the army right now for the reserve, and the energy over there. Not energy of like bloodthirsty, energy of we're defending our homeland. We're doing the right thing. This is our fight for survival, and as they say, Mi ke'amcha Israel, who is like your nation, Israel. Yeah, I don't know. I think this also relates to all these things. All ultimately relate even to the Noah movement. We're in messianic times, and in messianic times, crazy things. On that note, I need to go give milk and oranges to many, many little children. So, catch you guys on the flip.
Great seeing you, brother. Great seeing you.
Hezi, before you go, I just want to say one thing. My relationship with my girlfriend is going really well.
Nice, dude. Next level.
Yeah. So
leave your father and mother's house. That's what Jacob was telling you about closing his channel. He's the mother and father's house and cleave to your wife.
Yeah, I've already done that. I've already left my father and mother's house, quite literally, like 3 years ago. So I did that, and so I'm on my way.
I would say what Jacob is ultimately saying. He's like, he welcomes you back to the channel with your spouse.
I know.
With open arms. Anyway, as when you guys come upgraded. And Trey, just to end it on a humorous note, that meme you sent about Danny DeVito, listen to the rabbis. Yeah, so that is very much what we're talking about.
That's Chezi on Shabbos. Yes.
Okay. Well, I hope to join you.
Yeah, guys, we'll talk
someday. Hypothetically.
So this is what he was talking about. Million children. This is my post on. I changed it a little bit from the Discord to Twitter, but approximately 1 million children under 14 live in Gaza. Think about that. Think about it really. These are children. 1 million of them. Think what 1 million means. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. Can you count to 1 million? Each one of those children is an individual human being made in the image of God and born innocent. It is unconscionable to visit the sins of their parents on these children, despite the fact that a majority of their parents are thoroughly immoral people. No moral parent would raise their child in Gaza. They would flee, precisely as my parents fled Iran when I was a child. Regardless of the history, regardless of their parents, regardless of their future, regardless of their culture and religion, these are children. Children. Think about things practically. I have friends and family in Israel. I knew Kobe Mendel's father. Do you know who Kobe Mendel was? In May 2001, he was playing with a friend in a cave. He was 13 and his father was 14. A group of Palestinians stoned them to death. His head was crushed by a rock. These are real people, real human beings. It is absolutely true that if the Palestinians put down their weapons, there would be no conflict. If the Israelis put down their weapons, there would be no Jews left in Israel. It would be a massacre. Nobody with 2 brain cells can deny it. The pictures from Gaza prove it. There's no moral equivalence here. Palestinian society is backward, immoral, dysfunctional. The parents of these children are abusive, even in simply having so many children. Good parents don't raise their children in Gaza. They flee like my parents fled from Iran. I am the descendant of people who have lived in Iran since the Babylonian captivity. That is almost 3,000 years. My family still speaks Aramaic as a first language. Yet we fled, and we were grateful for the opportunity. We have flourished in America and Israel. Palestinians can flee just as we did. They can flourish just as we did. The adults who live in Gaza want to live in Gaza. No piece of dirt is worth your life, not even the Holy Land of Zion. This isn't me placing my values over my religion. That is impossible. My religion dictates my values. This is halakha, Jewish law. If one Jewish life would be saved by dismantling the entire state of Israel, the halakha is clear. We would dismantle the entire state of Israel. That is morality. The parents who choose to live in Gaza are bad parents. They are immoral people who place a piece of dirt over their own children. I would say the precise same thing about Israeli parents who choose to raise their children in similar conditions. Gaza is not safe. The destruction of the Persian community, Jewish community was indeed ethnic cleansing, and it was successful. Call the evacuation of Gaza ethnic cleansing if it really makes you feel better. That doesn't mean that a parent who refuses to take their children and leave Gaza is any less of a monster. I make the heavens and the earth bear witness against you today. I have placed life and death before you, the blessing and the curse. You shall choose life so that you should live and your seed. Deuteronomy 30:19. There are millions of Jewish Israelis who have returned to our ancestral homeland precisely because they chose life. Until very recently, living in Israel was a bitter refuge for dispossessed Jews. People fled to Israel from the Holocaust, from Muslim countries, from Russia. Where will these people go? Many Israelis do, in fact, move to the United States or other countries. Given the situation in Israel, you can debate the relative merits. Can the same be said about Muslims in Gaza? No. There are 0 moral adults deciding to raise their children in Gaza. That doesn't mean that their children are any less worthy of a childhood. It is the lack of nuance and humanity that pains me. If you do not see the complexity of the situation, you are at best a child yourself. There are no simple solutions or easy answers here. Israel cannot simply allow constant attacks on its citizens. Do you think Iran is spending hundreds of millions of dollars supporting Hamas because of humanitarian reasons? The same Iran who has said not one word about the Uyghur genocide in China? There is no moral equivalence between the United States and Iran. There is no moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas. There's no moral equivalence between Jewish and Muslim society. Islam, as it is practiced throughout the world, is brutal, inhumane, oppressive, backwards, dysfunctional, immoral, a cult of death. There's not one single Muslim government in the entire world that protects the basic human rights of its own majority population, much less the human rights of minority populations. Israeli society, despite all of its many failings, is vastly superior in every way. Nobody with 2 brain cells can deny that. A major reason for that is precisely that you would never see naked bodies of anyone paraded through even Tel Aviv, as we have seen in Gaza. Hamas is committed to savagery and ideologically corrupt. There are plenty of parents in Gaza who would gladly see their own children die on the altar of their hatred. This attack on Israel was calculated precisely to garner the exact reaction that it will inevitably get. Do not infantilize Hamas. They know what would happen. They knew what would happen. That is what they want. Remember the children, 1 million children in Gaza. Before you talk about Hamas fighting for their freedom or anything else, remember the children. Before you talk about Israel defending itself, remember the children. Before you talk about the United States worrying about its own problems, remember the children. Remember the children in Gaza, remember the Jewish children in Israel, remember the American children in America. When anyone proposes a solution for the situation in the Middle East, ask them what they propose to happen. Ask all the usual suspects what their real specific plans are. Where exactly do they propose that Israelis and Palestinians go? How exactly do they propose that these people live? What is their vision of the future? I am tired of seeing hot takes by people with fewer than 2 brain cells. I am tired of jingoism and tribalism. I am tired of people who know almost nothing and have answers to almost everything. I want to see the voices of reason and compassion elevated. For the love of God and everything good, choose life. For yourself, for your seed, for the heavens, for the earth.
And with that said, I think that is a good time for me to say good night.
Good night, dear Garth.
Good night, Jacob. Good night, Teo. Good night, Trey. And Hezi, I know you're in chat, and take care, Hezi.
Stay safe, Hezi.
Jason! Why are we all boys? Sherry was in for a while. Trey left us too. It's just you and me, Teo. Just you and me.
You should also get some sleep, Jacob.
Hezi wants to jump on in 10
50.
minutes. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna stick around for a little bit.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I mean, it's difficult. I went to synagogue on Saturday, so I said this on the Discord. I was planning on taking Andrew and Trey to the Jewish neighborhood for Simchat Torah. So the holiday that this was done on is one of the most festive holidays in Judaism. We take out the Torah scrolls and dance with them. It's the celebration of the completion of the Torah for the year. And in Israel, it's only on Saturday. That's actually what those concert goers were kind of celebrating with Simchat Torah. But outside of Israel, it's Sunday nights and Sunday day. And so Sunday night, I was planning, before all of this happened, I was planning to go with Andrew and Trey to the Jewish neighborhood because, like, all the synagogues, people start taking the Torahs out into the streets and dancing, and it's a lot of fun. But during the day, I went for lunch to my synagogue at USC, and people were coming in because it's a holiday. Religious people don't use electronics at all.
Oh.
But people were coming in at various times with news reports, people who obviously don't keep the no electronics rules. And, people were getting more and more upset, especially the people who, like, they weren't going to go on their computer. They weren't going to go see what's going on. They weren't going to call their families. And many of them have families in Israel. And I mean, it was the Sabbath, and we're sitting at lunch, and this guy came in, and he starts describing the videos of women being paraded naked through the streets. And people got upset and started saying stupid things.
Yeah.
And I just knew that if I took Trey and Andrew to the synagogues, there would be people who would get drunk and say stupid things. And I mean, was there a real possibility that somebody would in a drunken thing say something to Andrew, who doesn't look Jewish? Maybe. I just didn't feel comfortable taking them to synagogue in this. Frankly, it wouldn't be a very festive environment to begin with. I don't know how many synagogues actually, people were celebrating, So
Yeah, I think
it was what it was.
you made a wise move, and I couldn't say anything to those upset, drunk Jewish men who are having their world turned upside down either. So yeah, I mean, I could not be more impressed with both you and Ezzy in your posture towards this. That essay you just read was touching, and I know it couldn't be easy to try to have that perspective as well. But you're completely right. Like, it's not one, it's not two, it's not three or four. A million children created. Jason, good to
What's up,
see you.
man? It's good to see you too.
A million children created in the image of God. Like, having that be at the front of your mind, I commend you for it.
I mean, I myself was a child in Tehran during the war, during the bombings. I remember that. How you doing, Jason?
Doing pretty good.
How's Pizza Hut?
It's good.
It's good?
Yeah, I worked tonight, but I got home and saw you're on here, so I thought I'd hop on. Yep, it's pretty good. It was better this weekend. I was able to actually get some sleep. So, and I think, I asked for some prayer from some friends because I was like, I just want to have a good attitude, not go in there. Because when I'm going on like 5 hours of sleep at the most at the night for like 2 weeks, and then it's just like I just don't working like 70 hours a week. I'm like, every time I was pulling in the parking lot, I was just like, oh, I don't want to be here. So, but it was good this weekend. So
Answered prayers.
yeah, sorry, I'm just hopping in here. I don't know. I caught like maybe 5 minutes of this before I clicked to jump on.
No, it's fine. We're glad to have you. Jacob read. Did you catch Jacob reading a piece he wrote on just his
Twitter.
thoughts on conflict?
Oh, is that
Yeah.
what you wrote, Jacob?
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught like the end of it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. It's
Did you
a
write
Twitter
down?
post. It's not that long.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, then I probably caught most of it then. Yeah.
There's something on my screen.
Yeah, I didn't even. I heard about it this morning. Did it happen yesterday?
So they planned it. It was a Jewish high holiday this Sabbath. So they planned it on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War on the Gregorian calendar. So they started after nightfall in Israel on Friday night.
Yeah, Hezi, I messaged earlier, said there's like at least 700 dead or something like that.
Yep.
It's crazy.
I mean, I hate showing this video. At the same time, I think it's necessary to show this video. This was a post by the supreme leader of Iran. God willing, the cancer of the usurper Zionist regime will be eradicated at the hands of the Palestinian people and the resistance forces throughout the region. Hashtag Al-Aqsa Storm. I mean, I can play the sound. This is a video
Some
that
screams.
was so there was a rave in outdoor rave in Israel, and the militants were gunning people down and capturing people to take them hostage. And this is a video of people who filmed it as they were fleeing.
Oh my God. That's heartbreaking.
I mean, I'll spare you the video of. Her name was Shani. I have a cousin named Shani, actually. She lived in Germany. She's a tattoo artist, and I mean, her mom tried making a video hoping that she is still alive. Her last name was Luke. But if you saw the video, they were parading her body. I can't imagine she was alive. That's her mother.
Heute Morgen ist meine Tochter Shani Nicolo, eine deutsche Staatsbürgerin, mit einer Touristengruppe im Süden von Israel entführt worden von palästinensischen Hamas. Man hat uns ein Video zugeschickt, wo ich eindeutig unsere Tochter erkennen konnte, bewusstlos im Auto mit den Palästinensern und wie sie den Gazastreifen abgefahren sind. Ich bitte jede Hilfe oder jede Neuigkeiten bitte zu uns schicken. Vielen Dank.
Yeah, so she was a dual citizen, and she was there at the rave. She apparently would go. Yeah, I don't think she was alive. If you saw that video, I hope she wasn't.
Yeah.
Frankly, if you saw that video, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back.
Yeah, I agree, Connie. The video did not look optimistic.
That's terrible.
And just to add a little bit of context to the tweet from the Iran leader, that's the mood of all of the Muslims that I've spoken to, and they're all pretty much in agreement with that posture, which even in a city like London is quite worrying. because things were very tense at Speaker's Corner yesterday, as I knew they would be, but things were very tense and things got confrontational a few times, but thankfully for the most part it was mostly peaceful, but very tense. Shadow. Hey, Shadow.
A kitty in your lap makes everything better.
Also makes you a James Bond villain, but
Muhahaha. Especially this is the shadow of death. She's murderous, absolutely murderous. There was a daddy longlegs like flying around. She was stalking it. That poor thing didn't have a chance.
guys, it's early morning here. I'm gonna sign up and start my day.
All right, it's good to see you.
Jason, love you, bro.
Love you too. It's good to see you.
What's not good, Teo?
He was, when you got some water, he was talking about Speaker's Corner and how things were very tense there. He said luckily everything remained peaceful for the most part.
Well, I'm hoping there weren't really many Jews there. But there was a vigil tonight at Stephen S. Wise Temple I didn't go to. Stand with Israel. There was protests at Times Square where Israeli and Palestinian supporters were screaming at each other.
Were you?
What?
You said there in Times Square there was that was going on? That's crazy.
Yeah. Shadow doing her job, being a good therapy animal, helping us stay in the moment and present. I love animals. Hey, Shadow. We have Fuzzy.
Hey, Hezzy.
Hey, Jason. Very kind words, Jason.
Jason's a kind guy.
You know, people think he's a jerk, but I'm always like, no. Not Jason.
Always like that.
That's what they always say.
Just
I'm like,
wait. Give him a chance.
Give him a chance, exactly. Man. I hope, by the way, that my answer about the Noahide was sufficient.
Yeah, it was, but
I know there wasn't the focus after the beginning of the conversation, but
no, that's understandable. Yeah.
What was the question? What was the answer?
Jason was asking sort of is the Noahide movement and the fact that it's like there's like talk around it, is that like sort of the Orthobro arc, and like people are just really getting into it right now because it's like the phase, or is there something more genuine to it? And then the second question was why at Noah, and why not go back all the way towards Adam?
The first thing is that the seventh commandment was only given to Noah, not to Adam. And the Noahide movement actually started in the 70s and 80s.
Well, the movement, they were talking about it for generations beforehand.
The Book of Jubilees, which some Christians have in their Bible, explicitly talks about.
In Genesis, God talks about the commandments he gives Noah and his sons.
Yeah, but in the Book of Jubilees, it talks about the covenant.
I got you.
Yeah, and the Sheva Mitzvahs B'nai Noah. So, it actually says 7 commandments of Noah, I believe. So the Book of Jubilees itself like, so this definitely was something that was around before Jesus, because the Book of Jubilees is older than Jesus. But the resurgence of it as a movement was actually started by Jews for Jesus, because what they did was they started a bunch of synagogues that were just basically just churches that looked like synagogues and had Jewish stuff in them and Hebrew and stuff. And not a lot of Jews went there, but a bunch of just regular Christians started going there. And that's where the Hebrew roots movement and the Messianic movement and everything started. And a lot of them started learning Hebrew and ended up converting to Orthodox Judaism or becoming Noachites. And so actually it was the Baptists who started the modern Noachite movement, if you really want to know.
I would also mention, Jason, that even though it's a novelty with regards to his answer, but there's a rabbi who spoke about this in the past, how he basically, his interpretation of Christianity is that Jesus and Paul, in order to knowing the Noahide system and realizing that for non-Jews to be able to receive a place in the world to come, required to be righteous Gentiles, and to get under that category, you need to be Noahide and keep all the 7 laws. And according to this rabbi, Jesus and Paul basically form a religion for the Gentiles, and then that goes off whack basically after 2,000 years. But originally speaking, the idea was to really, and that's why you see these differences, because there are things that they don't need to be doing like the Jews, and hence it's like really is a different religion, so to speak, a more universal version of Judaism. So that also relates back to what you were saying, like are people into because they're, and again, I'm not evangelizing right now, but are people doing this because they just think it's cool? Or do I look at someone, let's say a Trey, or do I look at someone like you and you say, like, they just lost meaning of what they had before? It could be that someone like you, who is clearly very connected religiously, doesn't necessarily mean like there isn't meaning in Christianity. Rather, I'm still not seeing clearly enough. And it could be for some people seeing Judaism, the juxtaposition to Christianity, and then being aware that there is a place for them as well within that system. That could be very interesting for people, and people that are seeking. You have over here a very old and biblical path that it was sort of forgotten. And it's not to be like, well, try this on for a week and then see if you want to do something else. Obviously, because it was forgotten for so long, you don't have communities. You don't have things where you could be like, oh, I'm going to move into this whole town where everyone's a Noahide. So it's a much more, it's a lonelier path for now. However, that's changing slowly but surely. I don't think it doesn't have to remain that lonely for so long. So yeah, I think people are interested because people might, in my estimation, are seeing things, or seeing some level of clarity.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So now we're going to bring on one other Jew, and you'll just have to say a few words and you'll be converted.
Well, like I said, it was the thing that was intriguing to me, because like I said, I'm more universalist inclined, and so that's why I was wondering. They had that when Jacob was talking to Trey. I thought one of the interesting statements was the scripture where God says, "Israel is my firstborn," and then that made me kind of ask, why not? Because you could say anybody, and I was like, well, why not Adam? And then, because Adam was the first man, It's interesting to me that God would say Israel and the implications in that. Then even the Noahide movement, you know, when I'm trying to, like I was saying, taking it seriously, like something more fundamental, even looking back a genealogy, everybody's genealogy can go back to Noah. And so it kind of has a connection point for all humanity. But then you also kind of have that with Adam as well, like that verse in Ecclesiastes that brought up whatever one is, he's been named already, for it is known that he is man. So I didn't know if there was, so that to me, that kind of, even just going back to Noah, it's just, it's kind of, yeah, there's a weird connection point of all humanity in that. And so that's something I thought was interesting. That seems to be going on with it. That seems, like I said, deeper than just a fad or something, you know?
Well, it's important to mention again, like I said in the voice note, that like,
yeah,
Israel, there definitely is a universal element to this, where Israel's not looking for, like, Israel wants people to maintain their culture and recognizes the other nations as well. And as I mentioned in the past, like in Isaiah also, he calls Assyria my handiwork and my people Egypt. And there is a time where God himself is having a more universal conversation as the other nations mature. So and I would even say, like, my firstborn, with Adam, right? He eats from the tree, right? And we have Cain and Abel. There are constant mistakes, and like, again, like only when he gets to Abraham does he feel like this is now Abraham. Again, we're universal, right? I'm just bringing it back to what's going on in Israel. One of these girls that was kidnapped, she's the only child, and the father was speaking, and he said, "We are sons of one father." Right? That's what he was like saying. He's like, we have to try to resolve this peacefully. Yeah. And I mean, like, you're seeing someone. It's like two sides of the same coin in a certain extent. You're seeing a massacre waged because of a holy war, and then you see a response of a father who's not asking for them to be murdered. Now he's saying, please, we are sons of the same father, being Abraham. Please, let's resolve this peacefully. Both are still very tethered to the Bible, to these stories, to these lines, to these verses. They're living in that world. That is their operating system, that they're seeing the world. Like the Arabs, the terrorists right now were successful because Allah helped them, right? And Israel will succeed because God will prevail, right? And we're talking to the same God. So obviously I'm biased, but from my point of view, it still requires, like, the Arabs are not idol worshipers, and they are my brothers, but until they recognize the proper orientation, then they're also not going to be called my people yet. But God does, the prophet says God will call them my people.
So this is one of my favorite Mishnahs to quote. It's 4:5 in Sanhedrin, and it's talking about when they are going to interrogate the witnesses in capital cases. It says, how do they instill fear in the witnesses in capital cases? They will bring them in and instill fear in them, saying, lest you offer the testimony that includes inductive inference, rumor, information heard from another witness, or claim we heard this from a trustworthy individual, or lest you did not know that we will interrogate you with cross-examination. You should know that capital cases are unlike monetary cases. In monetary cases, an individual pays money and attains atonement. However, in capital cases, the accused's blood and the blood of his potential offspring until eternity are dependent on the case's outcome. For thus we find, with respect to Cain, who killed his brother, as it is says, the bloods of your brother call out. It does not say the blood of your brother, but the bloods of your brother. his blood and the blood of his potential offspring. Another explanation of the plural form, the bloods of your brother, for his blood was spattered, cast upon the trees and rocks. It was for this reason that man was created unique, to teach you that anyone who destroys one life from the Jewish people is considered by Scripture to have destroyed an entire world, and anyone who saves one life from the Jewish people is as if he saved an entire world, and also to promote peace among people, that no one will say to his fellow, my ancestors are greater than yours, and also that sectarians will not say, there are many powers in heaven, and also to express the grandeur of the Holy One, blessed be he. For a man strikes many coins from the same die, and all the coins are alike, whereas the King of kings, the Holy One, blessed be he, struck every man from the die of the first man, Adam, and yet no man is quite like his fellow. Therefore, every person is obligated to say, for me the world was created. And lest you say, why must we go through all this trouble? Has it not already been said, he being a witness, whether he has seen or known, if he do not utter it, etc. And lest you say, why must we testify and thereby be responsible for the loss of this person's life? Has it not already been said, and when the wicked perish, there is joy?
Jacob, do you mind opening up Isaiah?
Yeah, I don't like doing Bible studies.
Isaiah.
Tanakh is for girls.
Tanakh is for girls, especially
Yud
Isaiah.
Aleph 11.
Yud Aleph would be 11, yes.
If you don't mind scrolling for a second, I'm not remembering the exact verse.
Just ask Jason; he knows the Bible by heart.
Yeah, I'll not.
One second. Here we go. Here we go. And it shall come past the day. Go back up to 11. And send again to recover the manner of his people that shall be left from Ashur, from Achim, from Perah the Cush. Okay. In 11, you can see over here, God eventually is bringing everyone back home. And I'm not saying the line where he talks about Mesilah, but basically he says that just like he redeemed the Israelites from Egypt, so too he will redeem the other nations. And they will have, even though the Exodus of Egypt is also called the Exodus of Egypt because it's not only supposed to be the Israelites leaving Egypt, but Egypt itself, who was supposed to at that time symbolize as tyranny, is being freed from that as well. But ultimately, all are the peoples of God, and all deserve an exodus. So we're just not there yet, and that's why, as far as the firstborn son, I don't love my older son more than my younger son. Just my older son has a different responsibility, and my younger son gets to see that. Hopefully, my younger son will learn via his older brother how to behave.
Okay, this is every time Mesilah shows up in Isaiah. And none of them. 11:16. V'haita Mesilah l'shar
Can you
amo.
see the translation in English? There we go. We were so close.
And there shall be a highway for the
I wonder
remnants
what it
of
says
his
in
people,
English.
which shall be left from Ashur, as there was from Israel in the day that he came up out of the land of Mitzrayim.
Of Egypt. So this is, there is a pathway. And this also relates to the line I read to you from Isaiah, which is Isaiah, not Isaiah, from Micah, I think. And the many nations shall go and shall say, come, let us go to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may instruct us in his ways, right? And that we may walk in his paths. And even paths is in plural. And there are interpretations that read that as in God is not telling the world you all have to be Jews right now. There are different pathways that I've also already have given you through your cultures, through your religion, that yes, they require potentially some tweaking, and yes, they require proper orientation. But again, there's a sense where the world, the Gentiles, the nations, they come up to the temple, but then they leave and go do their own thing. They still live their life and enjoy their cultures. There's room for everyone, Jason.
Even Chazi.
Even me.
Even Chazi.
Yeah, even me. I hope one day.
One
I
day.
really do. Yeah, part of me feels like it needs to be soon. I mean, but everyone's been saying that for a long time.
Chazi, did you see the image we've started using?
I did see the image. By the way, just for the records, you asked me to do a sketch.
Yes.
In a few days, you said sure. I sent you sketches right away.
Yeah.
And
I wasn't so happy with the sketches.
Really?
There was too much Hebrew in them.
Why are you embarrassed with the Hebrew?
There are people who are like zero Hebrew.
Oh, people said there's people that want zero Hebrew?
Yes.
Excuse me for a second. Yes, Ozzy. A new one's gonna start. אתה רוצה משהו אחר?
His son wants something else. It's the video that he was watching was boring. Well, and so he wants something else. Or end it or something.
So what sketch? Is it artwork or something?
Yeah. So for Fountain of Comfort, we've been. You didn't see the thing?
No, I didn't see it. Let me see.
How dare you not see it? There it is.
Look. Let me look. I'm gonna look.
Here it is.
Nice. That's the one Hezi did?
No, that's the
Okay.
one artificial intelligence did.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Chazi is like, okay, fine.
His
Chazi
head.
wasn't- Frankly, I thought like I didn't know when the next time we're going to talk to Chazi anyway is, but like I did a bunch of stuff on one of these AI image stuff, and this one I think is pretty good. Matt is vectorizing it for us, and which will allow us to make changes if we had Adobe Illustrator, which I haven't had Adobe Illustrator for years. And I'm not that great at using Adobe Illustrator, but Matthew is, and I'm guessing Chazi is. Gilad mentioned that it kind of looks like it's two faces of people who are crying. And I actually wanted that to be like an actual, like, I asked, well, we'll see what Matt comes up with, but I kind of asked Matt if he could actually make it look like two crying people. And I'm not sure about the flourish at the bottom, but like.
Okay, so what was not good with mine? Can you go to the fountain one that says Mayam and Nachem on it?
Sure.
Because that's the one I was going to tweak and resend to you.
Chazi.
And again, Mayan is not a fountain, but I'm with you. You know, Jason's
well, which
also,
one? All of them say Mayan. Which...
No, there's one that has like water shooting out.
I think this is the one you mean. Is this the one you mean?
Yeah. I'll tweak that. We'll have more water coming out.
I mean, go ahead, do it. We'll see what.
But you're saying you don't want Hebrew in it.
Yeah.
Look, Okay, it's not a big deal. It's only the holy language that God wrote the Bible with and created the earth with. But like I guess like if it's not like clear enough,
It's not a religious organization. This is the one thing I told.
Why does it sound religious? It's just the name or the organization. It's Mayan Menachem.
Fountain of Comfort in English.
What if someone asks you what a fountains of Christ? Okay, you're embarrassed by your Judaism. I get it. It's fine. It's fine. I get it. Should I write should we call it Fountains of Comfort and then say not to be translated into Hebrew? Don't make that mistake.
Chas v'chalila. I actually would love it if what could happen is if you were to actually take Mayan Menachem and somehow like put it discreetly somewhere, but discreetly, not. Yeah.
Well, go back to that picture. Forget like the words Mayan Menachem.
I see nothing here. I see a bunch of lines.
Okay, you're not an artist.
I am not an artist.
Okay, this is just a sketch, as I said, but the idea would be, I don't think you should have a fountain structure. I would rather this be, well, that's like a well. That doesn't work either. Tough. Okay. Unfortunately, like all my clients are not coming in right now, and there's
so you're gonna have lots of time, I guess.
Not a lot of time, but there's definitely some lulls right now as my son is watching Netflix over here, and I'm talking to you guys. So, hello, Tim.
Hello.
Hi, Tim.
I heard you talking about Illustrator, and I was going to give a suggestion if you didn't know about it already. Is Inkscape can modify files as well if they export them as PDFs.
Oh, okay.
And it's a free open source software.
Tim, what's going on with
many
you?
years since I did graphic design.
Tim,
What's
how
that?
you doing? How are you
I'm
doing?
good. How are you doing? I was concerned about you because I know you're there in Israel.
Good. I'm doing well, all things considered. Family's doing well. I was supposed to be in Capri today. I was prepared a vacation of like 5 days with my wife with no kids. It's been 9 years since we went on a vacation solo, so it's been a while. But my cousins had different plans, and we are now here. But there'll be time for vacation some other time. It'll all work out, I'm sure. But yeah, thank God, I'm doing well. How about you, Tim? Have you been enjoying? Actually, I don't see you a lot, Tim. I don't see you jumping on. Am I wrong? Jacob's saying like he is here a lot, or no? I'm not.
No, I don't see. I barely ever see him as well.
I've been swamped with work.
What do you do?
How dare you do real life things when you could be spending your time on a live stream?
Yeah. The other thing too is I tend to miss your streams too. That's the other part of it. You're usually right when we're eating dinner with the family too. So
Priorities, Tim. Priorities.
yeah.
Family has to wait.
So
They have to understand.
I was happy that I saw that there was going on that I didn't miss today's because I was curious what was all going down in Israel. So I saw everything yesterday and sort of what you guys expect. So, but you're saying.
Am I writing or is Tim writing?
No, Tim is droiding.
Writing? Oh,
Yeah.
is my video not going very good?
Sorry.
It might actually be your microphone is clipping a bit.
Oh, I'm on my
not
cell
sure
phone.
if you're- Okay. Yeah,
So
so
how much heart you put in the conversation. What do you do, Tim?
I'm a software engineer, so I build websites and web applications.
And are you enjoying that?
I do.
Do you use ChatGPT?
I have not used it at all yet.
You've not even played with it yet.
Nope, haven't had time.
Oh, you're really busy.
Yep.
Yeah, he has real life things to do, Chazi, unlike some of us.
I got you, Tim. And where are we finding you, Tim? What how
I am in Meridian, Idaho.
Meridian, Idaho. And what is the story you're hearing about what's going on in Israel?
Not much. My wife worked the last 2 nights, so I only caught a little bit as it popped up on Twitter as I was not with my children. They were either napping.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to depress you right now with like the information. So it's not great.
Yeah, I gathered that much. I messaged Jacob yesterday just to see if I, make sure everybody that I knew that was there in Israel was safe. And
That is extremely nice of you. And I must say, in this little corner, a lot of people reached out to me. Which is really nice. Which is
what I would have reached out to you, but to be honest, I'd kind of forgotten your name since I am kind of still new around here.
It's all right, Tim.
I'm not. I just knew you guys called on your cell phone.
I am gonna shut off the stream right now.
Okay.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's really totally okay. What? Am I what?
Hezzy took his kids to work with him. That's
Is that his office?
No. Yeah. He usually doesn't take his kids to work.
It's fine. It's fine.
Are those your nephews or your kids?
No, a lot of my nephews over there. One of my sons didn't like that everyone was invading his space, so I just told him to come with me to work, and he could bring some of his toys here and watch something over here.
I see.
There's a lot of them right now, and it's two different sides of cousins. So there's everyone gets along, but there's politics. My son gets very sensitive about his Legos. But it's great to have everyone over, and I guess what I'm most nervous about is when my kids go back to school, because school is off right now because of the war. But apparently on Wednesday they're supposed to go back. So my mother-in-law is bugging out because my kids, they study in the old city of Jerusalem, and it's a very mixed place. And they take a school bus, they're 7 and 9, but she's very nervous that they walk the streets of the old city. But life goes on. But I am nervous because my son, both my kids right now are aware of that there were missiles. But I mean, it's depressing and amazing, but they're so used to the efficiency of Iron Dome where it's not a thing. They're all right, missiles are falling, but we're still going to the park right now. And the answer is yes, we're still going to the park right now. We can still go play outside. Even though I had that incident with my son that I had to cover him earlier when we were walking to synagogue. Having said that, they are not aware at all about what I think ultimately would end up being 1,000 people murdered, and they're not aware of any of the kidnappings. And I'm very nervous that some older kids in their school are going to start talking about that. And I'm most nervous about them showing them videos or something like that of them seeing little kids their age being kidnapped. So that's what I'm the most concerned about right now. I really want them to not be aware of that at all. I'm just not sure how I'm going to be able to pull that off. Fun times with Chazi.
Well, if you just do decide to move to Los Angeles, I can definitely find you. Yeah.
Don't do that. East Tennessee. East Tennessee is way better. See it.
My destiny is here.
Chazi?
His destiny.
Yeah.
Don't deny destiny.
We're not going to get started tonight. We're not going to get started tonight. Not tonight.
We don't have to get started tonight. I'm glad you changed the channel to I Support Israel. I'm glad you made a blood oath that you're gonna move to Israel next year. All of these are
Blood oath.
I thought that was a text that you like cut yourself and put it on the screen. But I think that's great. I think that's great. I am meeting on Wednesday or Thursday with Brit Olam, the Noahide movement over here, Rabbi Shirky. I'm going to be talking to them to see how I could get more officially involved with them, and then see about the North America branches that we would want to open over there. North America and Germany is the next move, apparently, of this organization, where they're getting the most amount of calls from. They just came back from India right now, visiting a large Noahide community over there. So things are happening in the world for sure.
Where in India?
Where in India was it? 1 second.
There are definitely people who are leaving Hinduism and they consider Judaism and they don't think of actually converting to Judaism. So, like, the Noahide movement apparently is actually gaining some steam in India.
Yeah, I mean that hence Jason's question. Where is it? Where was it in India?
My phone's about to die, so I'm gonna hang up. I got like 1% battery left.
Thank you for jumping on.
Hug your
kids.
kids.
Nice seeing you.
Nice seeing you.
Hopefully, I'll be able to jump again on soon. Probably not till after March. It's gonna be crazy at work, so.
Please, God.
But hopefully,
Have a
sometime
good night.
between there, I'll be able to jump on. So, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, where was he? And Irv Shirky's wearing like this Indian turban on his head.
Has he heard of Bechukosan?
He'll just say it's not Avodah Zarah.
It's not that big of a deal. I probably won't know because India is a massive country. But
Andhra Pradesh.
nope, don't know where that is.
Andhra Pradesh is just
Which is
one
the
of the
south-
15 states of the
Southeast India.
Southeast.
They started in New Delhi, and then they went to Vijayawada. They went to, it's on the riverbanks of the Krishna River, and there was waiting for them 350 Noahides. They went
Whoa.
to Tuni, and then they met other Noahide groups in Tuni, and then they went to Raja Mundri, where they met more Noahide groups. They went to Charbel, where there's a small group of Noahides. It was an 8-day trip. And they said they met a lot of people who are very thirsty. Wow, what a beautiful picture also to see over here. All these people over here. Wow, crazy. And yeah,
crazy.
It is. I mean, you're saying crazy, but you're in it, Jacob.
Apparently, yeah. So I had to think of a nusach for Jonathan when he did his thing.
I'm sure he sounds like a nusach.
What?
I think there are nusachs already, though.
I didn't know of one, so I told him to do the 13 Ani Ma'amins, and then to say Ani Mekabel, and that's about it.
And did he mention the 7 laws themselves?
See, that's what I sent him, but he apparently didn't get that text. And so Michal asked him and he said yes. So that might actually work even better. Like,
that is what you're supposed to say also.
What?
You're supposed to mention like the 7 laws that you're taking out.
Yeah, that you accept the 7 laws, but you don't necessarily have to list them.
That's the ones I've seen done with, let's say, Tuvia Singer.
Yeah, the thing is, I actually think the Ani Mamins might be like.
Well, the
Because-
Animani means it locks you in because once you're accepting the Rambam, then you're accepting Rambam in general. And he also talks about the Noahide. So yeah, so I guess from that perspective, it's
I mean, you're saying I believe in Moses, I believe in the Torah, I believe in one God, I believe in, right? So once you're saying the 13 Anima means, you're pretty safe.
Jason, can I ask you a maybe it's an uncomfortable question?
Do it. Do it.
Why didn't you become a Noah?
I'm ready.
Well, yeah, I guess my question would be like, is there any interest like that? Do these conversations are they intriguing for you, and are they intriguing? But at the same time, do you feel like a sense of like, I don't want to take something on because it just sounds cool. But does it sound intriguing to you, or does it sound like are we just sounding like we're talking nonsense to you? Because the reason I ask this. Here you are having conversations for all intents and purposes with Jacob and Yosef and Chazi. And I would argue that I think you'd agree that you don't think that we're just jokers or charlatans. And then
Speak for yourself.
Okay. And then speaking, let's say specifically about Yosef, I'm assuming when you ask him questions, there's never a time where he doesn't have some very long answer of how, why, where, sages, what's the the terminology of the word. So what do you think about all that when you hear who are these Jews that they interact with me and answer questions and give their perspective, and did it seem strange to you that who these people are? What do you think about that?
Man, that's a big question. I mean, first of all, and why pizza? Yeah, because of Mitch. To be honest, Mitch told me to go there. Well, let's see. First of all, I'm greatly appreciative that you guys spend so much time to actually answer these questions. And when I'll actually ask a question, it's a lot of times it feels like you guys are bending over backwards just to because you don't have to answer me at all, much less like you said, give a long answer or really try to get deep into things. I do find it interesting, the Noahide movement. At first, I honestly first heard of it years ago, but it no traction it seemed like at all. It was kind of in passing. Oh, this thing over here is something else. And then when it seemed to gain traction here, I guess that's why I was kind of curious. At first, I wasn't sure what the appeal was per se, because I wasn't sure if it was just kind of a way to, because Jacob mentioned at first, it seemed like some people were just kind of had this bitterness towards Christianity. So you can see that happen not just in Noahide movements, but also in all sorts of other things, Wiccan. I mean, people leave the church for all sorts of reasons, and you can't really blame them because there's plenty of reasons to do that. People get hurt in religion all the time. So I wasn't sure what was going on, but it interests me more that you guys are interested in it because I'm trying to think of the reason why. When the Orthodox seem to kind of have a rise, if it still is kind of up and coming, I think that's interesting because it was opening a door to symbolism that people had often lost through a lot of different branches of Christianity. But it wasn't that I didn't want, I didn't have interest in Eastern Orthodoxy. I just never really felt compelled to direct myself that way, I guess, just because it doesn't feel like I have any tradition there or any connection there. It feels to me like if I were to do that, I feel like I would just kind of be I don't know that it would be deep enough for me to actually take on that identity. Maybe it would develop into that, but at first it would just be kind of trying something on, sort of. And so I just kind of watched it from the side. But the Noahide thing, that's what I was saying. It interests me more because it's because it seems like everybody, like I said, it seems there is some universal genealogy there. Like who can't trace their genealogy, first of all, back to Noah? It's like supposedly everyone can, if you believe the scriptures. But then the fact that Jacob mentioned there is this, what is it? There, I think, I don't know if it was set in stone yet, but you mentioned that they have to believe in God, a God. I think it was still up for debate if it was the God of Israel or the same God or something. I'm not sure.
They have to believe in one source of ultimate power, being God.
Okay.
However,
Yeah.
Gentiles can also, according to some, maintain beliefs of lesser gods as well.
Yeah, that would concern me a little bit.
As long as the lesser god stems its power. So like the example I usually give is you could believe in Ares as long as you believe in Zeus. Because ultimately Ares stems his power from Zeus.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't seem to know very Greek mythology very well.
Why?
I get what he's saying.
It's more along the lines of you can believe in Ares and Zeus if you believe in Kronos.
Yeah, first of all, that's true. But I was looking at Zeus as the main god, not him killing his father or like the Titans beforehand.
Yeah.
So sure, let's remove that option. Okay, not Greek mythology, not Kronos eating his son.
I understand what you were saying.
Yeah, so as long as you believe in the ultimate power, correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what interests me the most about it is probably, I do find it interesting. What interests me the most is because of the God of Israel. Like when God says, it's because of that statement, Israel is my firstborn. And you mentioned Abraham, but specifically that statement of Israel is my firstborn, and Israel is the one that wrestles with God and man. So
yeah,
I think that's what's
Israel
most
wrestles with God. But again, that ultimately that's stemming from Abraham, like the same conversation he's having with him in Sodom, right? When he's arguing with God over there, that's that same Israel. It just gets galvanized as that name at that point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But I think that's what's most interesting to me, because I don't see another way around existing, honestly, without having that as the God you worship. Because I think Sherry actually went to know, but I think it was her that said, you can kind of go two ways with it. I'm going to quote her terribly, I know, but like, if you worship God too much, you're in error. Then if you worship man too much, like you can kind of go either way. Or love. No, she said love. You can love, because if you're only, gosh, I don't want to because I know everything that just happened. I don't want to say anything too out of line, but
You're not going to say anything out of line. This is a brave space, Jason.
Well, I mean, I just know things are sensitive.
Offended,
There's kind
Jason.
of there's an open wound and stuff, but to me, it's not a far leap if I'm trying to worship God and just focus on God. It's not a far leap for me to start killing my brother, because I'm not loving man. Like if I'm only loving God, it's like I'm only loving this God who's infinitely righteous, infinitely holy, and so nothing's ever going to live up to that. And so if you have to have that tension, and you have to have God and man, and so you're wrestling with God and with God who dwells in your brother. And if you don't have that, I don't think, like I said, I don't think you can really exist. I don't think anything can exist at all. And so that's what's most interesting to me, is people turning towards that. And like I said, and in the message I sent you, like I don't, maybe Christianity had that on the outset. Like maybe there was a point in history where Judaism went off course and they lost that, and then Christianity came on the scene, and then Christians had that early in the beginning, and then Christianity went off course, and now Judaism has it again. Because the more, I mean, I know, but it's like that. Whether it's one or the other, it doesn't really matter to me, as long as it's the God of Israel. And it seems like the more people turn towards that, the God, if you're going to worship God, it has to be that the God that dwells in man as well.
Well, speaking about it being universal, and this relates. What is the verse? Do you know what verse I'm talking about in Ezekiel when they turn into one tree?
Oh, it's right after the Valley of Dry Bones.
37?
I think 17a, 17:1.
Is it the dry bones one, the stick of Judah and the stick of Ephraim?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
think it's 30 something.
Okay, so that is alluding to Messiah ben David and Messiah ben Yosef, the two different messiahs, and also unification within Israel. Also, the groups in Israel, which resemble sort of like form. Well, they represent sort of the structure, the civil structure, the national structure, and then there's Judah inside that represents, let's say, the more spiritual element. And again, this goes all the way back to Cain and Abel, right? Building the city, building a town, like a city, and like Abel being like the spiritual person. So here too, you also have that split in Israel. So with regards to Christianity, and sorry, go back. This is a pattern that is repeats itself in the Bible, and famously, you have in the Messiah, son of Joseph, is Joseph himself, right? And he takes on the universal form, and we see this with his name, Sofnat Paneach, right? He gets like this Egyptian name of the dream. The guy who interprets dreams, and he's wearing the whole garb as well. Ultimately, though, trying to save the world, Egypt being representative as like the world is a fail. It doesn't work out. And he says, you have to take my bones out of here. And the Zohar mentions how he asked that because he didn't ever want the Egyptians to end up mistaking him and seeing him as a god. Okay, I'm putting a little pause in that. You have another version of that in a certain extent. Well, I forget that version. That comes up again, and you already have this tension with Judah and Joseph, because Joseph was never aware of the failed attempt that happened at Laban's house with Jacob. And Judah does remember that, where there was again a sense of like, Jacob will just stay here, and like you'll get like you'll get integrated into the society here with Laban, and Laban wants to get rid of everything, and just he's not interested in that pathway again of Abraham and Isaac, so he needs to flee. Now Joseph doesn't remember this; he wasn't there when this was happening, so he attempts at this again, and ultimately there's a fail, and you see this tension also between Judah and Joseph. There are some that have interpreted the story of Jesus as an attempt of Jews at the time to again reestablish the universal Messiah again, because there's a sense that we failed through the Judean Messiah and the particular Messiah, and here we are, the Romans are taking over, we're stuck again, like this is not working. And here we have a story again that starts with there's a Messiah, and he's the son of a man named Joseph. And he, like Joseph has, and just like Jacob has 12 sons, there's 12 apostles. And just like there's this tension with Judah, there's Judas. And again, you could see this myth being brought up again of these tensions. And in this interpretation, here again, it's not the God of Israel. Rather, it's let's try to revamp or re-empower this version of the universal Messiah. Some could say that was a fail. Some could say that was successful. Some could interpret what Maimonides talks about, how Islam and Christianity are path makers for the Messiah, and potentially reading that through, like, is that happening through Messiah, son of Joseph? But ultimately, as we see in Ezekiel, and there's a, I'll take one more step back. There's a king, Jeroboam. You are familiar with that king, okay? And he comes from Ephraim. he comes from Joseph's line. And here again, you have this division between the Judeans and the kingdom of Israel. And there is a Talmud, portion that talks about how God grabs Jeroboam by the coat and says, "Come walk with me in the garden, in the Garden of Eden, together with me, you, and the son of Jesse." And the attitude is like we are all supposed to be together doing this. And he asks him, "Who's going to be in the head?" And he says, "The son of Jesse walks first." So he says, "I'm not interested in it." And that is a big tension that we have, which is the portion of Israel. We have the lost tribes and the 10 go missing, but some people say that now within the existing Israel, again, there's two factions. You have secular and you have religious. And then again, this is supposed to symbolize Ephraim and Judah. But ultimately, they're supposed to turn into one. The house of Judah and the house of Ephraim is supposed to turn into one, which is Mashiach, Messiah, son of David. So even in Christianity, while I could look at it favorably, and like Jacob says, like about the crayons and like seeing through like a glass darkly, like going like seeing light going through it. I also think it's an attempt to connect to the divine, but it was a failed attempt in that I don't know if it's the genuine article. It's successful that it elevated the whole humanity and brought us to this place. But at some point, people need to look at themselves and ask, who are we? What are we doing? So hence the Noahide movement again, which I think, like, in theory, it could, if built properly, it could offer an option to many of the world religions.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah, I think that's what's interesting to me about it more and more. Is like you're talking about, it's kind of this realign or attempt to realign towards the divine. And the one thing that I just find sobering is, and I know it's probably not one of, it probably is one of the laws. I don't know if it's quoted word for word as one of the laws of Noah is, but it's one God says to Noah right after the flood, and he says, "From the hand of every man's brother, I will require the life of man." And that's always, because you say that to the last person on earth, and it's like, who's not everyone's brother at that point, and it's like, so that immediately puts attention on, so first of all, what do you do with God who you're worshiping, and then what do you do with every other person you encounter in the rest of humanity? It's like Jacob was saying, everybody's, when they were talking about orphans, it's like everybody's a child of God. And it's like, if you have God saying I'm going to require the life's blood of every man, it's reorient. That's what I mean. It's refocusing on the divine, but then what the divine, the God you're going to worship actually is, I think is important, or you end up with stuff like this. And so if you don't have that tension of God and man and really loving both, it's just, I don't see a way around it. You can put anything at the top of the hierarchy and it's either going to destroy you or destroy everyone else. Like, even if it's love, what are the three transcendentals? It's like, goodness, what is it, beauty and truth or something? Like, if truth is your highest value, it's like, then like, who determines that and then destroy everything that's false, or if beauty is the highest value, it's like everything's ugly, you can't just worship anything. You have to have that tension always.
Well, you see this time and time again, right? You see we see it in the Tower of Babel, which is like misplaced orientation and then, devastation. And you could see this with God. You could see this with prophets saying that God's not interested in your sacrifices. Like, even if you think that's not the point of orientation, that's also not what I want. You could I mean, this is a harder claim, but you could claim that even what happens in Israel right now, like you guys are too busy fighting about, let's say, what's the most democratic way you want to do this, and not recognizing that like the establishment of the state and the building of what you did over here this is not just done by you yourself with your own power and your own will. Rather, there's God's involvement and His will as well. I know Jacob's not so gung ho Zionism, but just for the example.
Disclaimer.
Exactly. By the way, which is ultimately the crux of our disagreement, because Jacob knows very well about these 3 oaths that we can't come and take over Israel. I'm being very, very loose about this, but there is a sentence until God desires it, and that's where we diverge, because my interpretation would be like since 1948, this is clear to me that this is what God wants, because there's an establishment. We're here, yada 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 yada. On the flip side, Jacob would be like, if this is what you consider, if this is what you think God's want, then you're mistaken, because there's like this secular land, and not everyone's. I mean, they're not a secular land. There's a secular government, and this is not the manifestation of the kingdom of heaven here. And I would say that these are the sparks, the seeds, and that's why Andrew's wrong. Oh, okay. He's
Andrew.
Andrew, if you're not VTubing, you can't join.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Why aren't you a
I'm
sexy little avatar?
I'm actually not Asian. I've been, deep-throated black man this whole time.
You're only identifying with your French parts right now. You're not Asian.
Exactly.
Do you speak French?
So has it been Hezi? No, I can't.
How's it been? It's not. It has not been good.
Okay. Well, I hope it gets better.
You hope it gets better. I hear that.
Don't
Jason,
worry, it will get better when the Messiah comes and because he stops blasphemy.
I mean, arguably, you could say it would get better when Jacob moves to Israel and recognizes the Messiah is here, because so far.
Yeah, I want to see this blood oath. Where is this?
No.
I'll do it right now.
Not a blood oath. Oh, Jacob's blood oath. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, where's it? Put that palm.
Yeah,
up.
some of us value our lives more than a piece of land, even if it is the land of Zion.
You got to keep this rumor rolling. Someone's going to be like, where did this happen? Be like, oh, it's on a live stream. Where is it? No, you don't see it anymore. You took it off. It happened.
Yeah, it did. I
It
swear.
did. Where's Shadow? He sacrificed Shadow for Israel. This is one of the things that happened. We don't know where it is. We haven't seen it since. I had this dream, even though it's not happening right now, that like when Jacob would come to Israel for the Israel event, he would just break down crying and realize how wrong he was.
Wrong. Wrong.
Exactly.
So wrong.
Started only speaking Hebrew and or just Aramaic. Change his name to Yaakov.
I've gone by Yaakov for many years.
Hey, I'll do this blood oath if you will. Although I'm not a Jew, but
Jacob,
whatever that matters.
It's your chance.
I got a pocket knife
Blood
right
oath?
here, actually.
No, thank you. I'm
Awesome.
not sure there's any halakhic thing for a blood oath.
There isn't. But also there's a good way to take Andrew's cross that he got, his tattoo, and we just like a few little tweaks, we can make it look like a little Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
And then, it's all good.
Noah.
A little Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, guys. On that note, I'm going to attempt to do some work.
All
Do
right.
some work.
Well, great talking to you. I'll be praying for you and
Take care.
everyone else.
So how's it going, Jason?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. Just had a BBQ, and I'm trying to walk some of it off.
Oh.
Did you ask a girl out on a date?
No.
A girl. Is there a specific one or just anyone?
I don't care. I mean, any girl will do.
Yeah.
I'm not picky.
Jacob
I
doesn't
am-
care. I kind of care.
I am not picky at all. He can ask any girl he likes.
Better get on that before your balls shrivel up.
Okay.
See? Jason gets it.
People out here give me more wrinkles. Come on, man.
Oh,
Were you listening when Garth was here with his girlfriend, who was like
No, I
not
just,
talking to him at all about Second Temple Judaism, even once?
man, so boring.
Yeah, if you spend some time necking with your girlfriend, you might stop spending so much time on Second Temple Judaism and do something more manly like neck.
I love Second Temple Judaism so much that it's made me homosexual.
Apparently. Homosexual.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure that's kosher. What are we going to do with this guy, Jason? What are we going to do with this guy?
I don't know. I don't know how to. I can't help. I don't know how to meet girls. Gotta go to some bars. Look for some drunk girls.
Drunk
That's where it's at.
Drunk girls are where it's at?
For church. Where do you meet girls? I guess if you're in school, there's probably plenty of girls.
He is in school, so why isn't he meeting all these girls?
Yeah, there's no girls in engineering.
In engineering? Oh, damn. That's good.
No comments of the people who are not going to comment. I am one of those.
Well, where are they?
Yeah, Andrew, where are these girls in the engineering courses who like ask you out on a date? Huh?
It's just two single older guys telling you to
What's
go
the question?
Well, two older guys who realize their mistakes, I would say.
Yeah.
I realize my mistakes. I have made so many mistakes.
I'd go on a date. I just don't know that I'd met a girl who's depressed enough to go on a date with me.
Jason, you and I are kindred spirits. We are such kindred spirits. We are very, very much kindred spirits.
Yep.
Yeah, where's my goth girl? Huh?
Yeah, goth girls are good.
Goth girls?
Are there none around? What?
Not in my
Are they actually good though?
You know what? It's probably because MySpace crumbled is why it's so hard. You know.
That might be
MySpace.
it. Yep.
Now what do we have?
Now
Girls
we have.
all on MySpace.
Tumblr.
Now we have Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah, I don't see many goth girls on there.
I wouldn't know. I would not know.
Because you're not on Facebook or Tumblr or
I
Instagram?
am on Facebook. I barely ever use it.
Yeah, same here.
Facebook, Tumblr. Why is life so difficult, Jason?
I don't know. Can I open arms? No, I probably can't stay too much longer.
Sure.
All right, so you might want to shut this conversation. You can shut down this conversation any point you want to, but Zionism.
Yeah.
with the idea of thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Yeah.
Like, isn't everybody kind of striving for some sort of divine government on this earth?
Yes, of course we are. But the question becomes, when do you feel that your government is that government? So this is part of like, I didn't want to get into it, but like when you
We
were
don't have to.
discussing, no, like
Okay.
I didn't want to get into it when Khezi was here because I didn't want to, like, right now is not the time to be arguing about Zionism with him. But like you were talking about love of God and love of man and how you could, if you were doing one or the other, you could go the wrong way, and you need the two to kind of center you. And to some extent, I can understand that view. But I think true love of God and true love of your fellow man, if they are mature and good, then they don't, it's not that they balance each other out, it's that they are the same thing.
Yeah,
right?
I would agree.
So if you love God and you really love God, you're not going around being like, oh, I'm holy and like my brother is not. You're like, I'm a putz.
Yep.
Right? And in that manner, you're not. So like Khazi's like, yeah, I'm staying in Israel forever. And it's like, well, if like I wasn't a putz, then, and I believed that God was going to in fact vindicate me, like, yeah, maybe I would say the same thing, but I am a putz. And as we say in the prayers on the night that this happened, Mipnei chatatenu galinu me'artzenu, because of our sins, we have been exiled from our land. And Khezi wants to believe that the exile is over and he gets to live in Jerusalem. And I would like to live in Jerusalem too. But guess what? I don't know that I am so righteous that I get to live in Jerusalem and the Palestinians don't.
That would make me think that you're most qualified to live there.
Maybe, but then that is so.
Because, well, what is that part in Isaiah where God says who he dwells with? You know, the Most High is with the lowest of men, you know? So, and that's just an interesting statement that the Most High thing you can worship, dwells with the most humble of men. So the fact that you would be a putz and not righteous would be a better place for God to dwell.
But it is God who makes those. And this is the idea, like for me, of, okay, so when I was Andrew's age, I was an ardent Zionist and I used to go to the AIPAC conferences and stuff. And because I thought the government of Israel was righteous and I thought, oh, because I lived in Iran. I realized what pieces of shit the people who ran the government of Iran were. And so I was like, yeah, like we got it going on. And then when I was in Israel, I read a book which I highly recommend called Perfidy by Ben Hecht, who was also an ardent Zionist until he found out what he found out. And the fact is that the stuff that he talks about in there is stuff nobody wants to talk about. Not the Jews and not the Germans and not nobody. Not the anti-Semites and not the Zionists and not the Palestinians. Because all of it is just ugly human beings being ugly. And that's what made me realize that I can't place this government, this political unit, in a place of saying these people are righteous. And that I like. That's when I became very, very anti-Zionist, and I started becoming a huge fan of the Satmar Rebbe. And it was only after several years that I calmed down in my anti-Zionism. Like, this is calm Jacob anti-Zionism. And like, I mean, ultimately, the Rebbe has a way of looking at the entire thing, which is very different from how, and very nuanced and complex. And I was convinced by the way the Rebbe viewed things, and I view things, hopefully, I like to think, how the Rebbe views them, which is, look, no, if I believed for 1 second that Chazi's kids would be, without a question, safer living in America than they are living in Jerusalem, I would say that to Chazi. I would be like, Chazi, like, no, this is not acceptable for you to put your kids in danger in order to live in Jerusalem. That's not Jewish value. Now, Chazi thinks this is the end times, and this is this is the gathering of the exiles, and for the first time in thousands of years, since the first time since before Ezra and Nehemiah went back to, like, from the Babylonian captivity, a majority of Jews live in Israel. Like, this is the first time in 2,500 years that a majority of Jews live in Israel. And I have family there. I have family who have bled for that, building Israel for what it is. It's a Jewish homeland, and people are living Jewish lives in ways that we haven't for thousands of years, and it's beautiful, and I love it. But at the same time, I can't look at a man like Itamar Ben-Gvir and say that this man represents Judaism. He doesn't, despite the fact he thinks he does. And like, this is not the kingdom of God. This is not the kingdom of God. Benjamin Netanyahu is not a God-anointed king. And so if it is true that Chazi's kids are safer in the United States, then the correct thing for him to do is to move to the United States and abandon this idea of a Jewish homeland, because precisely what I read. Like, no, if we're going to lose, we're gonna lose. As Moses sees God's face in his fellow man, I have zero clue what Chazi means by that.
There's I don't know. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I don't know that you could ever really get rid of the idea, though, because the idea is just, it's always going to be a hopeful idea, I think, even if you had to leave again, you're like, maybe now's not the time. I think the idea would always be there. Yeah.
God forbid, I am not giving up on the idea of returning Jews returning to our land. That is something we have wanted for thousands of years, and I hope to see it in my lifetime. But I don't think that the way for me to do that would be to volunteer for an army, any army, not the United States Army and not the Israeli Army. I believe the way for me to do that is through spiritual repentance and renewal, and that has zero to do with bullets. Ela berecha ve'ela besusim. These by chariots and these by horses, and we hold up our God. It's a verse in Psalms. By the name of our God, we both get to live in Jerusalem. Yeah, well, guess what, Chezi? Guess what? Okay, it's late.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jacob. I'll be praying for you too.
Thank you.
For the
And
sister
Andrew,
breaking
stop
also.
staring at architecture. Go stare at some woman's tits.
Yes. I second that. Please
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.